Hey everyone, good morning. It's morning here in Hawaii. And I know, right? 2 days in a row live streaming. Can you believe it? No, right? Anyway, I have a little bit of time and I thought I'd do this before I get carried away into the stuff that happens every day in my life. It's like never dull here. So, for those of you that want to join in on the project that I'm going to do, I'm going to make some envelopes today. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make some envelopes. Make some envelopes for the project that I'm going to share with you guys. Hopefully, I'll try to get a video done. I was going to try to do it yesterday. It didn't work out after we did our live stream. So we'll see how that goes. Hi, Dana. How are you? Welcome, welcome. So I'm going to just make some envelopes. And guys, I've been up since like crack of dawn today. So what you need is you need your book that you're going to make your project with because you need the size of it. So these are ones that I may use. Love this. It's like so ridiculous. The new joys of Jello. So ridiculous, right? Hi, Jean. How are you? I was thinking about you the other day. I was using some of the stuff that you sent me in that Flowish journal so long ago. I was using it. I was thinking about you. How have you been, girl? You're making an explosion box for a graduation gift. Ooh, that sounds awesome. So if you guys want to make along, I'm going to just make envelopes. But if you're going to make the project that we're going to do, you need a book. Okay, it doesn't matter what kind of book. It doesn't matter the size of your book, but you need a book because you need to make envelopes that are not going to be bigger than the book that you're going to use. Hi, Mary Lou. Hi, Joni. I know 2 days in a row. You're very well, Jean. The video of the flow that you made me is the highest one ever. Oh, hi, Diamond. How are you? You're making beer bread. Oh my gosh, Mary Lou, I used to make that years ago. I guess I've been on keto for over a year, and I just found a really cool vegan keto. I'm not vegan, but it was a vegan keto bread recipe, and I'll tell you, it's really good. So I'm going to make some envelopes. I don't know. I think I'm definitely going to use this book as one of the books for the project. But I also have all these like old books that are just falling apart. Or, use the books that you want. So I'm just going to make envelopes in various sizes. But if you're going to do the book project with me in a few days, the envelopes you need to make need to not be bigger than the size of the book that you're making. Hi, Deb. I was just talking about you yesterday. You guys go over and join Debbie's channel. I want to make one of Debbie. Debbie made this inspiration journal, and I'm definitely want to do it. So anyway, I don't know what I think I'll definitely use this one because it's like totally falling apart. So I'll use this one, and I know I want to do the joys of this Jello, the new joys of Jello. I just think it's hilarious. And so I'm going to make envelopes. They just can't be bigger than your book. And you can make them out of anything, okay? I've got a bunch of different things to make them out of. But I want to make that. You guys go over to Deb's channel and check it out. She did this idea book, and it's super good. Okay, these are all books that I got for free or my kids brought me. So I'm going to make envelopes out of all kinds of stuff. I'm going to make them out of magazine pages. I'm going to make them out of book pages. I'm also going to make them out of an old atlas. What was the book you talked about, Deb? You said something about you get a lot of your inspiration from some catalog, and I was like, oh, I should write that down because I'm all about the catalogs. I don't know what it is. Somebody, maybe you guys can pipe in and explain to me what it is about the catalog. Why we love the catalog so much. I do. I have a catalog thing. I totally do. I don't know why. So I'm going to make envelopes out of those. You can make them out of anything. You know what else I like is travel brochures. How many of you guys like travel brochures to make envelopes out of travel brochures? I do that. I like that too. John Lewis. Oh, it's a store in the UK, a John Lewis catalog. Well, maybe I'll have to order one. You know what? I ordered a magazine the other day, and you guys, I don't need any more magazines, but I loved this magazine. It was, oh my gosh, you guys, my head is like not thinking clearly. It was I think it's called Ladybird magazine. Hi, Jane. It was called Ladybird magazine. I don't know. When I get it, I'll show it to you. But yeah. So you guys, I'm just gonna make those kind of envelopes like this. I'll just show you really quick. It's like your yellow manila envelope kind of thing. You do want to make sure that for the project that we're going to do, that the magazine pages are fair. If you're going to use magazine pages, that they're fairly sturdy because they're going to be used, and some are thinner than others. Hi, Anne. How are you? So what are you up to today, Jane? Are you still putting together packages for Daffy? I need a book block, and I didn't bring one in here with me. You guys, I have been up since the crack of dawn. I told you guys that my Hadi got a new job. It's like, and please, you guys, I'm not saying that my struggles are any better or worse than anyone else's, but all of the business that comes here is tourist driven, and so now that we've closed down our island, which I'm happy we did, just looking for a book block, an old Reader's Digest. I find the only thing they're really good for is to use them for pages. Hi, Molly. How are you? We're good, or I'm good. So he started this. So he at least has a forethought than I don't know. I just think that he's much better at. He's just tuned in differently than me. So when everybody was getting laid off, and you guys, everyone got laid off. It's not like I'm just using this to line this envelope because I like the colors of it, but it's a little thin. It's a Nat Geo. So you're not going to see these book pages, but I'm just going to use them. Hopefully I have I have a big glue stick. Anyway, so you got to clean your studio so you can do videos. Oh, please. The days are gone of me cleaning anything that lasts. So he took this job, which I'm so grateful for, you guys. I'm super grateful that he took the job. Anyway, he joined the painters union and he took this job. And the weird thing was I had seen an ad and I said to him, you guys, he does anything. Like when you live on an island, you sort of like, you're not married to anything you think you knew or did on the mainland. You have to really go with the flow, and you have to be really, you can't be precious. I guess that's a better word for it. So I saw he got laid off before I did. So I saw this ad for the painters union, and he used to work for this really high-end painting company here for a while. Painting like multi-million-dollar mansions and, doing crazy things like that. Anyway, but the whole time he did it, he never joined the union, which I don't even know if it was even a thought then, You know how sometimes what should be obvious to you see later on and you're like, why didn't I think of that before? Anyway, so he joined the painters union, and it was relatively really fast, and nothing happens fast here. So I kind of look at it as like it's kismet, So he joined the painters union and he got this job. So you guys, he's painting some big hotel. So he has to leave our house at 6 a.m. to get to work. He has to be at work by 6:45, so he has to leave by 6 a.m. So my butt got up this morning. Yesterday, I got up and just made him coffee, but today I got up and I made him breakfast, and I made him lunch yesterday. Whatever we had for dinner, I made extras for lunch for him. So, but it's been up since 5, and it is now 7:45 here. And he left. He left a while ago. He left around 6 o'clock. So, in the interim, I told you guys we live in Hawaii. A lot of the houses have multiple units. A lot of them, it's the cost of living so high here. A lot of the houses have like guest houses, or they call them ohana, which means family. Like, so, I get this text from the lady that lives behind us. Like, we live in the main house, and there's like 2 little units behind us, and she lives in the bottom. It's like a duplex one, not our house, but the one behind us, and upstairs, downstairs. And the upstairs lady, I guess, has a leak, and it's leaking into the downstairs lady's place. So she freaking texts me. She's like, she wanted me to tell, my husband, or my hottie, she wanted me to tell him that she's texted the lady that lives above her, and that her leak is something's leaking. And then he calls me. I'm like, what do you want me to do about it? I said, call the owner. So now I get to wait for the plumber to come and deal with the leak in the back. And I told you guys our hot water heater fiasco, right? It's like, we only have hot water when it's sunny because we have a solar hot water heater. We have a regular hot water heater, but I guess it's not working. And so it's been, yesterday it was the electrician that I was dealing with, and today it is a plumber. So that's been my day so far. It's not even 8 o'clock. I'm glad you get to clean your studio. I don't even want to talk about my space. I've been purging, as I was sharing with you guys yesterday. I've been purging, just going through my supplies and just deciding, okay, do I really need this? Am I going to use it? Am I going to use it? Do I need it? What's that whole thing? And you guys, if you need to be exact, measure yours. I'm not going to measure mine. I'm just eyeballing it. And it could be a little off, and that's okay. They're just envelopes. Guys, do you ever get a supply and you're like, okay, I know that when I got this, and most of the stuff I use is recycled. So it's not like I'm actually purchasing. I'm not saying that I haven't purchased. I have. You slept till 10? Good for you, girl. Please. I even went to bed late. Sleeping is not part of my my thing going on right now. Do you ever get a supply and you're like, that you got it because you were going to make some project, but then you look at it now and you're like, why did I get it? I don't even remember what I was going to use it for. Am I the only one that does that? So I've been purging. And no thrift stores or anything are open or taking donations. I know some places on the mainland are, but they're not here. So it's just filling up my garage. So that's where this little book that I'm making came from, because I had all these books that are just sitting there, nothing going on with them. And, I'm going to do something with them. Now, what I do want to tell you is that if you don't, like, some of the pages that I've used in the past are, if you use super thick ones, you don't really have to worry about it. And if you use scrapbooking paper or cardstock, you don't have to worry about it either. Cardstock, I think it might be a little too heavy for this, but you use what you have. But what I was going to say is usually I cut this off at the top, and I may cut this one off. But what I've found in making this little book is that if I glue these down, normally I wouldn't glue it down to make the envelope, I would just cut it off. But if you glue it, if you're using thinner pages and you glue it down, it just adds extra support to the part that you're going to be messing with the most, which is generally the flap, right? It's the flap and the part that bends over. So I'm going to go ahead and glue these down just because I'm using thin paper. So that's where this little book came, because I was like, okay, I have all these book covers. What am I doing with them? I have all these books. What am I doing with them? And Laura, how are you, my dear? How are you guys all feeling? I always love the pictures that you share of our baby Cole. I feel like he's my kid too, because I love all the things that you share about him. He's so cute. How are you, girl? What's going on in your world? How's Romeo? So, did you guys have a good day yesterday? I ended up having a really good one. You're all well? We're all well too. You don't do that, Jane? Oh my gosh, I have so many crap supplies. I'm like, what the heck am I doing all this stuff? You're all good? Oh, that's so good. You guys, sometimes I'm afraid to ask people how they're doing, because, it's not that I don't want to know. It's just lately we've all had a little bit of bad news, and if you guys have perfectionist tendencies, then my way of making things may not be for you. My perfection's gone. My perfectionist nature's gone. I won't say my inner critic's gone, but my perfectionist nature's gone. And I love this big fat glue stick. You guys, I'm not going to paint on these, so it doesn't matter that, and I'm not going to do any sort of wet medium on them, so it doesn't matter that this is like, kids glue stick, but I like it because it's big. It's like, so if I'm going to glue, like gluing book pages inside of each other or whatever, I like it because it covers more. Hi, peddler. You know what? I feel blessed too. I was just saying that, in the middle of all this stuff, and we're all going through it, and I'm not, we're not all experiencing it the same way, but in the middle of all this, that my hottie you guys, when I tell you everybody's been laid off here, everybody, we are an island of, tourism is everything here, right? Now, you know what? You can make a decision if you want to cut these or curve them or whatever, but I'm not going to make that decision right now because I don't know how my book's going to look, but I'm going to make it at the end. So here's your little envelope. And you guys, if you do it with heavier duty, you could do it with lined paper like I've just did it, but this one, you can stick them in the mail, put a stamp on them, stick them in the mail. And it doesn't matter that it's imperfect. Okay. This is just a Nat Geo magazine. No, I was just saying that in the middle of all this, Laura, he got a job. So the thing is that my partner, he used to work in a restaurant. Okay, so there's no restaurants open, and if there are open, they're only open for takeout, right? So he was a waiter in a restaurant, and he also Ubered. Well, all of that is gone. And, based on the cost of living in Hawaii is expensive. It's very expensive to live here. And so, let me see. I want to make sure I get the dog. So, his unemployment would be nothing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what they made at the restaurant, but probably minimum wage. Plus your tips. But unemployment only gives you money based on your, at least here, your hourly salary or your yearly salary or whatever. So anyway, and I don't know. I know that in some places they're starting to do stuff for Uber people, but he didn't want to wait for unemployment. He figured like we need money now. So you know what I mean? So I feel so blessed that he got a job, especially right now where there's really no jobs here. So he's painting. So he's doing, hi, Malia. So he's doing some crazy, he's like, came home so tired yesterday, guys. I felt so bad for him. He told me that and you guys, he's in really good physical shape. He's like, He's like in great shape. He said it kicked his ass. He said it was just, he said, roll, and he's working out with a crew, and he said they're like, he's used to working in high-end homes, where detail orientation is everything, like where you're, you know what I mean, where like, you're working for, no, you're working for the Oprah Winfreys of the world, who expect really high quality work. So he's really good at what he does, but he said he's not really super fast. He says because when you're doing like high end detailed work or work that you really can't make a mistake on, right? You take your time and you do your best. And he's got a really good eye. And so he says he's working with this crew of guys. It's like he said they are like speed demons. He says I'm learning a whole new skill set. And he was like laughing. He was said one guy asked him, what did he have, bionic eyes? Because I guess he was painting. They're painting like these really high end. Well, they're not multi-million dollar ones like my hotties used to working on. They're just like, it's like for the Weston villas where they have like these apartments. They're like condos. And he said he was cutting this bathroom, and he said he had to cut underneath this counter, and he said there's no light in there. So the guy was like making fun of him and asking him if he had bionic eyes. He goes, I've never seen it cut so perfectly, and you don't even have a light in here. My hottie was like, yeah, this is not the same kind of work I'm used to. He said they were kicking his butt though. They were like, he said, and they don't use a drop cloth either, you guys. So he's like, he goes, they're slinging pain. He goes, I rolled for 8 hours straight. I said, 8 hours straight? He goes, yes, 8 hours straight without a break. He goes, I went to the bathroom once and I had lunch for half an hour. He goes, other than that, I was rolling. And he's in really good shape. So I said, wow. He said, you're going to be working some muscles that you didn't even know you had. He's like, no kidding. Oh, are you kidding? He's just, I am so grateful for his job, you guys, and I'm grateful. I know that your Romeo must be really having a hard time because if he's a principal, right? So yeah, everybody's having a hard time, and I'm not saying that what somebody does is different than anybody else's. I mean, I think if we all just learn one thing from this whole pandemic is that we can all be experiencing the same event, but going through it in very different ways. So, oh, Gene, I admire perfection too, but I can't do it either. You guys, we call him Anal Ed. Isn't that terrible? And his name is not Ed, but we call him Anal Ed just because he's so exact about everything. And it's like, like he makes fun of me. That's why he calls my art pity pat pat art, because he says I just go like this and do it all. And he's like a perfectionist, and my kids make fun of him because he's the sweetest person, but they make fun of him because he's just so married to the perfection. You guys know, as moms or aunts, there's no such thing as perfection when you have kids. You're just like barely getting through it. Laura says, amen to that. I think some of that really has to do with what you choose to expose yourself to on all levels. True, very true. Yeah, you're far from perfection. I'm having a two tea bag cup of tea, and I didn't take my tea bags out because I needed the caffeine. So what are you up to, Mary Lou? How are you, Mama? Tell us about you. Peddler, what are you up to? Tell us about you. So are you crafting? Tell me what you guys are crafting. So, it's always something in my house. Like it can't be like silent as far as like I'm like, oh, today's going to be so good. I was supposed to have a conference call at 9, which I'm not having until tomorrow now, which I'm grateful for. That's why I could come on. And it's a too bad kind of day. It totally is. I need. You're sitting in your taxi? You're still working, peddler? Oh my God, that's so awesome. Good for you. Good for you. I'm not all for everybody going back to work without being healthy, and us figuring all this stuff out as a civilization, right? But I am like super grateful that there are some jobs still available. You guys, see, this is why I'm not even thinking clearly. I didn't even cut my thing yet. Working harder to make less money. I get it. I totally understand. Perfection is highly overrated. Oh, business is dead. Yikes. Yeah, I make a perfect mess, Jean. I can make a perfect mess. You guys, I think we're all going to come out of this different, different people if we allow it, and I'm going to allow it because whatever I was doing before was not working 100% for me. I love this dog. I don't want to bend his eye. Let me see. How's this going to be? I guess I can bend it just a little bit. I should have rethought it and done it the other direction. Maybe I still can. Because I don't bend that up. It's okay. We'll just bend it. He'll just have an eye on the other side of the page. Let's see. Oh, you're tired today? Oh no. You want to clean your desk, but it involves moving your markers. Oh, I can relate to that. You have hot coffee? Oh, that's so good. I already had coffee at 5. I just thought, I'm gonna have some tea. I'm gonna go for the tea. I'm gonna have some tea. Definitely gonna have some tea. You're perfectly imperfect. I hear you. Oh. Laura says that Darla made her a digital kit out of some photos of the peonies at your farm. Oh, and you're going to make a journal with it. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see that. You guys if you guys haven't subscribed to Laura's channel, you have to. She just did. I'm sorry that I missed your 1,070 giveaway thing. You know what? YouTube does not give me notifications all the time. You guys, that's my only big beef with YouTube right now. It's like, I missed you. I've missed, on the off times that I could be on, I don't get it. I don't get my notifications until after the fact. I've missed Carla Caged Fish. She was on a few times. I've missed her. And I'm subscribed and I've clicked all my get the notification thing. So, YouTube and I aren't totally friends sometimes. Okay, let's see. Oh, I can't wait to see what your journal looks like. You're doodling in your journal with that name. You just proved that you weren't prepared for a disaster. I don't think any of us were prepared for a disaster. The earth is cleaner, you guys. Can I tell you? I went swimming the other day. The only thing they'll let you do near the beach is you can walk to go swimming. You guys, the water has never been so clear. I'm so grateful. Yes, the earth is cleaner. Did you guys read about the Ganges River? Did you read about that? That was so impressive to me that there's part of the Ganges River. The Ganges River is, I don't know if you've ever been to India. I've been to India many times. It's beautiful, but it's completely polluted, right? And for the first time, I don't know, in probably centuries, the Ganges is cleaning itself up so much so that you can drink the water now. I mean, people were drinking it before, but it was polluted. Hi, Singing. How are you? What did you get, Jean? Oh, your Yeti? Is that what you're talking about that you got with your Christmas money? Well, Laura, you can say the kindness is overwhelming, but I think it's because of who you are. I mean, I think it's because you're so loving and giving that's why, you know. So wildlife is returning. Yes, and places that it hasn't been in decades. Well, I can tell you this, you guys. I should post some pictures. If you guys are in my Facebook group, I should post some pictures, and it's not craft related, but I should post some pictures of the cars off. Hi, Carla. I was just talking about you. I was saying how YouTube doesn't like me, and I missed your last live. But I'm going to try to post them in my Crafting Mamas Facebook group. There are, you guys, we're getting a reality check where we live. Okay. And I mean, yes, I know that we're trying to rethink how people can actually live here without having as many live sustainably without having to depend on so much tourism. You guys, there are thousands of rental cars that are just parked on the side of the road. It's crazy. I don't know if anybody really understood like how many. Hey, Vicky. Hey, Miss Sparkle. What are you up to? Yeah, I called for cage fish and she came. Well, we love you, Carla. We totally love you. Yeah, so I should post some pictures. It's kind of, it is what it is. So I'm just making envelopes for the project that if you guys want to make along with me, you need like at least 5 or 6 envelopes. You could have more if you wanted, but I figure we'll do it with 5 or 6 envelopes. And then you need a book and a glue stick. You do need a piece of cardstock at some point, or something thick like cardstock, or you could make your own. Like you could do like me and glue pages together to make it thicker like cardstock. You could do that too. Bye, peddler. Sending you so much love. I'm glad you got a customer. I'm sending you love. So you guys, I don't even know what I was listening to. I love to listen to podcasts. How many of you guys are podcast addicted? I like it because, it doesn't require, I can listen to it while I'm doing anything. I'm sorry about my neighbor's dogs. You would think that since everyone's home right now, they would bring in their damn dogs who keep barking. And I don't know what, most of the time they're barking at like nothing. Okay. So I was listening to this podcast and this lady said something and it just, oh my gosh, it was perfect for me on that day. I don't know what I was going through, going through everything you guys are going through, the uncertainty, homeschooling, which I suck at. You guys, I suck at homeschooling. It's really not my forte. I know some of you are really great homeschoolers, and somebody wrote me like the nicest encouragement when I was talking about how I'm failing the 7th grade. But I suck at homeschooling. Anyway, I suck at 7th grade math. Okay. So this lady said this in this podcast. She was talking about she had lost her daughter. I don't know how many years ago. Her young daughter just suddenly died. She was like, I think 22. She had some sort of unknown genetic condition that nobody even knew until after she died. And she passed away, and it devastated this woman, and her whole life sort of fell apart. So 2 envelopes down, many more to go. So she kind of like left everything in her life, right? She ended up getting a divorce. She ended up, stuff like that happens. And this is years ago. So she says, faced with this pandemic right now, she said she just realized for herself that she could either jump into the hysteria and feed the fear, or she could dissolve into love. And I thought, oh my gosh, that is so perfect for me, to dissolve into love. And I was like, oh man, I was like, I'm going to dissolve into love. You listen to one where, hi, Brooke. How are you? Brooke, are you going to do your crafting roadshow virtually? I'm sorry, since I have somebody that's going to come and work on our hot water heater install, and I've got to go buy a hot water heater. Guys, I was hoping my hottie would do it when he had his hot minute the other day, but no, he's leaving it to me, and I don't know if I'm going to do that. Isn't it beautiful? Like, you can jump into the frenzy or you can dissolve into love. So I've been reminding myself of that every day, especially as I go through my failures of homeschooling. Oh my gosh. You're waiting for the all clear to have retreats. I hear you, girl. I hear you. I hope it's soon, but I hope it's not too soon that we all get that, it creates, you know what I mean. So I'm just making envelopes because I'm making this book. I'm going to hopefully make it with all of you in the next couple of days. So if anybody wants to make some envelopes, you just got to get a book. Okay, you got to pick a book, and your envelopes have to be smaller than your book because they have to fit in your book. Hi, Rosie. How are you? We are safe. We are totally safe. You're in New York, girl. How are you? How are you? How are you? I've been thinking about you too. Look what I have on my desk. Look what I have on my desk. Look. This is in my personal journal, but I just took my journal. I wanted to take a picture of it, and look, Rosie made me this. Isn't it beautiful? It's an angel paperclip, and don't you love the way she makes her paper clips? Like, this is like a genius. You guys go over and join her channel. It's called Creative Wings. Isn't it genius? I don't know if you can see it very well, but it's a little angel. It's perfect. I have it sitting right here on my desk. What do you want? Wait, don't tell me. What is that a podcast too? You were homeschooling till you passed out, girl. I'm homeschooling. Yeah, no, yeah. Homeschooling. Yeah, I've been making masks too. I've been making some masks. How many of you guys have been making some masks? I think I'm going to do this side. I was just trying to decide what colors I liked. I like the numbers. I know it must be really worrisome in New York. I lived there, girl. I'm in touch with my friends there, and they're all, we all know somebody that has passed from it living there, and it just, I don't know. It makes you realize, or makes me realize how grateful I am, and how I'm never going to take things for granted like that again for life. And are any of you kind of obsessively downsizing like me? I don't know what it is. It's like, I feel like my mother-in-law's coming to visit. You know what I mean? But there's nobody coming to visit. Just me. I'm obsessively downsizing. 95 people. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. You need to make a mask, but you don't have any fabric. Girl, I cut up some t-shirts, okay? I cut up my hottie had some, yeah. I cut up some t-shirts and I cut up some, you guys, I made some out of Hawaiian fabric because, okay, at jobs here, you have to wear Hawaiian shirts and sometimes it's ridiculous. But I cut up some of his Hawaiian shirts. You got rid of 100 unfinished projects? Oh my gosh, Carla, that's amazing. Jean says she doesn't have a mask, but she doesn't go out except to pick up groceries and they bring them out to your car. Yeah, so I get it. You got rid of 100 unfinished projects. Oh, Carla, was that a weight off your shoulders? Was that a weight off your shoulders? I probably could get rid of a few hundred projects. You're getting rid of lots of stuff too, Malia. You're on the check wagon too. Oh my gosh. I was like, why am I doing this? Guys, I mean, seriously, like even my older daughter, I told you my kids are kind of minimalists. I don't know if all millennials are minimalist, but my older daughter is definitely a minimalist. She like went through and cleaned out my kitchen and she goes, Mom, I made 2 huge tubs of things that's in the garage. Decide if you want to keep them or not. I'm like, okay. But yeah, I could do more. I got more to do. Good for you, Carla. I'm so proud of you. That's awesome. Malia says she's getting rid of lots of stuff. And the toys next. I hear you. Mary Lou says she's trying to downsize. Your daughter cut up sheets to make a mask? Well, I cut up these Hawaiian shirts that, so, like when you work at a job at a hotel, they make you sometimes, we call it aloha wear. So I have, I've definitely like cut up a couple of those because we're not working those jobs right now. And so I cut up that. What else? I've made some out of t-shirts and, anything 100% cotton I've used. You were just fed up with a bunch of clutter. I hear you. Your daughter's a minimalist too. So like, what do you give a minimalist as a gift, right? Like money. That's all I end up doing, giving my kids money. And sometimes I feel you're still unmotivated. Girl, I get it. You know what? I think a lot of us feel that way, primarily because of what's going on. I don't think that you're really unmotivated. I just think that, empathically, we all are struggling with what's going on. And we have to honor that. You have to honor that and be where you are. You can't be any other place. You guys, it's better if you cut these when you don't before you glue them down. But, there's been days, you guys, where I've just been really sad. And like nothing has personally happened to me to make me feel sad, but I'm just sad. And I just have to be with it wherever that is and not judge it and then just go on, move on from there, you know, um, and just try to do my best, you know. It's all we can do and try to be there for each other the best we can, you know. You know what somebody said to me the other day, which I thought was incredibly profound. She said, because I was just saying, I was like, I love being home with my family and all that. I said, but I also don't, there's also like sometimes no place to escape to. And yeah, I know I have my crafting, but I mean, like, if you're feeling down, you don't necessarily want to make everybody else feel like you know what I mean? You don't want to spread it, right? And so, you guys, you can always go back and trim a little bit more out later. And I haven't decided if I'm going to round them or if I'm going to keep them square. So I'm just going to keep them square for right now until I decide. Um, you know what? I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. You're overwhelmed with heartbreak. Mm, I totally get it. So this person said this to me. I was really struggling last week. I was really um I was just really struggling with myself. Nothing and you guys, nothing had happened, okay? Yes, I know we're all going through this pandemic, but I mean nothing had personally happened to me. Like and I was just really struggling. And she said to me, I just want to I just want to put this out there to you. Now, I want you guys to entertain this and think about it. She goes, how many times have you just dreamed of how many times have you said to yourself, if I could only work from home? I love being home. I want to be home more, which was all true, right? But and she said, or you've said to yourself, I really want to hang out with my kids. I really miss my kids, right? She said, or you've said to yourself, if I only had more time on my hands, I would do all the things I loved. And she goes, and look at what you manifested. And I was like, I mean, it was like a gasp. But you guys, how many times have we collectively all said that? I love my home. I want to be home more. I wish I could work from home. Or I want more time to do the things I love. Or I want to spend more time, especially when you see how fast your kids are growing up, suddenly you're just like so much more aware of like how long you really have them around, right? And I was like, she goes, okay, so now that you've manifested this, what are you going to do? And I was like, oh, wow. I was like, yeah, I get it. I mean, and when I realized that, it was like I mean, obviously it wasn't such a conscious choice on any of our parts, but, you know, it's like something that we've manifested. And I guess we could say, the earth totally needed some rest. We all know that. Um, and our values were becoming skewed, and we were striving for more, whatever material things rather than more spiritual opening growth internally. Not everybody. I'm just saying for an American society as a whole, right? Keeping up with the Joneses or whatever it is. And I can visually, like, I can say that after a really long, hard day at work, I would sometimes come home and I'd be like, I wish I was home more. I love my house. I miss my kids. Or when I miss something really important, right? So now we're all in this situation. So we can choose to dissolve into love, or we can choose to jump into the fear and the fury. And I'm not saying you have to be where you are. You can't like skip it, right? You can't skip it. You have to be right where you are. But if you go, oh, I created this, I co-created this, I can co-create something that I want better. Oh, I'll have to look for happy face people. Let me go. I'm missing the chat. Okay. You're having a hard time finding anything that gets you. Vicky says she's having a hard time finding anything that gets her interested except reading. I get it. But you probably just need to be home and love your home because you've been away for so long. Oh, Anne, I'm right there. I have been in the same heartbreak and then the same grief. I'm telling you guys, last week, there was one day that all I did was cry for no reason. You guys, no reason. I just was like, I just cried. I cried. And I had to be where I was. I couldn't be anywhere else. And, it's just like I could have run away from it, but I would have still, and, just, I was sad. But, I was like, okay, it is time. It is time just to just get up off my bandwagon, get up, on my pity party or whatever I was going through and just do my best. It may not be perfect, but it's my best for that moment. And that's okay. Joni says she's totally enjoying her son being here because it will come soon to an end. I know empty nesting is the worst. I totally agree with you. You're enjoying playing with your pens. Oh, that's awesome. It is called a collective conscious or unconsciousness, right? But you know what, though, Laura? If we just look at it like that, look, the Earth could have done something much worse. I mean, this pandemic is horrible, but think about it. Wouldn't it have been worse if we'd had like lots of earthquakes and tornadoes and all of that? I mean, you have to think in some ways it's actually a really gentle, loving way. So you tend to have no attention span. You FaceTime with your grandkids. Oh, that's so good, Jean. You tend to have an attention span to stay with something. I know, I have that too. Jean, I get it. Jean says she's not careful or sad or worried or anything. She just feels flat. I get it. And I think it's from isolation. I agree with you. Mary Lou says she's finding it hard to be inspired to craft, but she has ambition to organize, so she's doing that. I get it. That tearful, not careful. You know what? But you have to just be where you are, and you have to love yourself where you are. Just where it is, and accept it. Like this is where I am right now, and that's why I'm saying, like, I don't know how you guys are experiencing it, but I know that my experience of it, you guys, there is no one here. I mean, there is literally no one here. Like this is. I'm going to take a picture and post it in our Crafting Moms Facebook group of all of the cars. You guys will just be astounded because my island's small. Your family's doing great weekly FaceTiming. Oh, that's awesome. Well, you guys, I have one sister, and I talk to her. I used to talk to her every day anyway, so this is just we talk every day. So, I mean, maybe not about a lot of things, but we talk. Just about whatever stupid stuff. It is quite interesting to be here with no tourists. I'm telling you, I went swimming. You guys, I went swimming the other day. I was the only one in the water. I decided I don't think I'm going to go swimming by myself again. You're finding it a restorative time? I think so. Hi, Carla. That's what I'm saying. We can make a conscious choice. And you guys, there's so many things available right now where people are really reaching out and supporting each other online. Like I posted them yesterday in my yesterday's video. If you guys are into the woo-woo, Mother Mira, she's doing meditation every single day live on Vimeo and on, I think it's recorded on YouTube because I don't know, maybe it's live on YouTube, but you can look her up and she's very powerful. Very, very powerful. I love her. Braco's giving his lives, doing his gazes. My friend Charlie from the show The Healer, he's doing his, he has a health program called My Good Habits, and he's offering it free right now. And he's also doing live energy sessions. I don't know if they're daily, but it feels like it. And he's amazing. If you guys watch that, you guys, I can't even see where I've scored it. Is that like you guys can see it better than I can see it. He's the guy from The Healer. He's amazing, you guys. He is amazing. Let's see what else is there. I mean, if you're into that, you know, there's like so many things. And I posted yesterday in the well, it was posted in the chat, but I can go back and post it in the links. I told you guys Nellie Wortman, who was an amazing mixed media artist, and I love her, and she makes kind of crazy books. You guys might like her. She's giving a free class. A couple of other people, that 21 artist thing. There's a lot of free things going on. So if you wanted to do something, and I think Jean Oliver's giving something free. You do coffee break Skypes. Oh, that's so sweet. I think we all needed to slow down. I mean, maybe you guys didn't that are retired, but those of us that aren't retired, I needed to slow down. Guys, I cannot see the score line on here. Maybe I can see it if I look in the video. I can't even see it. You guys, this is the pluses and minuses of making. Let me find a pencil so I can see it. The pluses and minuses of making. I don't think I have a pencil. I have to use a pen. Maybe I can use this one. Let's see what this is. Oh, this is a marker. This might work better. This is what happens when you're blind. This is a blind person's way to cut a thing. Autocorrect is not my friend either, too, Jane. So don't think it's just you. Oh, congratulations, Mary Lou. When is your daughter's baby due? Okay, so for all of you that are blind, you see I just folded my thing and just put my marker there, if you're blind like me, and then put my marker here so that I could see where to cut it. That's how blind I am. It's so ridiculous. I understand the not being motivated. I totally get it. I can relate. I can relate. Totally relate to the being not motivated. September 26th. Oh, how nice. It's so awesome. So, Miss Carla Frizzell, what are you up to? Hi, Care Bear. How are you? Okay, let me see. Guys, I'm so blind. It's ridiculous. And look, I didn't even cut it even up here. But it won't matter because it's on the inside of the envelope. So I can cut it a little bit more. See, you guys? Maybe I cut the other side first. This side was right on the score line. The other one wasn't because I couldn't see it. Guys, this is what happens the older you get. You're making journals? What kind of journals are you making, girl? What kind of journals are you making? How many of you guys have like a million journals that you, well, not a million, but several journals that you've made and they're only partially used? Nobody here, right? You don't see well either. Girl, I'm telling you. I've had somebody tell me, what did they tell me? She watched one video I made and she was like, you need to get a ruler. Don't you love people that just leave you the most ridiculous comments? You're making 9 journals or you're working in 9 journals, babe? Golden book and fabric journals. Oh, nice. And then you have your own 9 journals that you're working in. Well, hey, girl, at least you're busy. All of yours are partially used because they get too fat. I hear you. This is what you need right now. Well, I'm 40 journals. Well, we're glad you're here, Coin. We're glad you're here. But okay, how many of you guys have gotten the most ridiculous YouTube comments? Okay, one of them told me that I just needed that I talked too much, and that I needed to. Some of them I leave, some of them I delete because I'm like, they said I talk too much, and I don't know something. I said, look, this is called craft and chat. It's called chat and craft. It's not called silence is golden crafting. And so I said, turn the video off, turn the mute, whatever. You guys, you get it. You guys know exactly what I mean, right? I've had, and what else? I have the most ridiculous comments. Jesus, she doesn't have any partially used journals. They're just not used at all. Oh, girl. I have some of those too that I've made that I love, and I can't. I just, whatever. All I can say is that when my kids have to clean out my stuff, they're going to be like, what the hell is this? Hi, Barbara. How are you? In Berlin. Well, happy you're here, Barbara. You had somebody tell you your boy books are not baby books? Oh, people are ridiculous. You make and don't use them. Hey. And you were like, whatever. Oh, I've had the craziest one. I used to have this, I can't remember the name of the person, but it was funny because like they left me some horrible comments and then they went over to Shannon Green's channel and left her some horrible comments, or maybe they were her, they left her some first, and I don't know what I was talking about it. She came by or something. I was just like, I was talking about some ridiculous comments. She goes, oh, I know that person. They left them in my thing too. And I'm like, seriously, like what is wrong with people? I had these. Where are my other pages? I had pulled out all these pages that I was going to make envelopes out of because I made a bunch already. You know what I did make, you guys? Not that I need another one, but I did make myself another. This is for a collage journal that I'm working on. So these are images just for that journal. So I made myself a little accordion magazine. And this is just for that. And have I glued one of them in? No, not one. Not one, but they are for this journal, this one journal that I'm making. Isn't that ridiculous? So there you go. I have did make that. It was in my purging, in my cleaning, because there's some images and I'm like, oh, I love that image. I don't want to, you guys get it, right? You're like, I love that image. I don't want to lose that image. So here's some images in here too that I wanted to use. Yeah, I like this one. I think I'm going to use that one. I need to glue 2 magazine pages together for that. You guys, I got to have my fan on. It is so hot here. It is super hot. And I saved this. You guys, I think one of my new favorite magazines, I think this one, no, this wasn't from Departures. This was from, I don't know what this was from. I don't know. But Departures magazine has all these little inchy things, all these little inchy pictures, and I love them. I've saved some of those from Departures magazine. That's an algebra or geometry book. I don't know. Let me see. What else? Let me see what else I can tell you. Okay. I've sewn some masks. I started to make another one of those rugs. Remember I made that rug for the I made the rug for I liked this too. I made the rug for my daughter and I made a couple of them, those t-shirt rugs, where you make them out of old t-shirts. So I started another one for myself because I gave all the ones I made away. So started that. You guys, it's going to take me forever because I recycled all the t-shirts, but it's going to take me forever to. It's going to take me forever to get them to do them. Do you know what I mean? Just want to look back through this one more time and see if there's anything else before I let it go. I don't like this. It says play now. Oh, and there's tigers. That'll be a good one. Tigers are good. So I'm crocheting. I decided I'm going to crochet like a bedspread, not for like an Afghan. So I started crocheting, and I'm following this girl on YouTube. And if I remember her name, I'll tell you. She makes the most intricate crocheting things. I don't know if I can do it, but I'm going to try. But she's hilarious, and I like watching her. So I decided I was going to do that. I'm going to make that. Then the rug. These are kind of colorful, these bug eyes. The rug, what else did I do? I mean, I have that I've decided I'm going to try to, and then I have a bunch of projects like that, like Carla's saying, half finished projects that I have that as well, but that I haven't really focused on that so much. That can be kind of scary. What else? So I thought I was gonna, guys. I decided about 3 or 4 months ago that we needed to paint the inside of our house. So that's on the agenda, but it hasn't happened because it's just I haven't painted it yet. It's not happening yet. So it's not happening yet. But I bought the paint. I'm just not motivated to do it because that means that was kind of my impetus in cleaning up because I was like, oh yeah, if I just get rid of all this stuff, then I can, paint. Well, yeah, didn't happen. What did I miss? You have a few friends that will go through your stuff and know what it's really worth. My kids are gonna go, what the hell is all this trash? Oh, I have the same problem. Carla says she thinks it's so funny when her kids say, "Mom, can I have a piece of paper?" And then you have to find one that they can actually write on. I get it. Oh, Carla, I'm the queen of regret when it comes to getting rid of stuff. So I'll get into a tangent and I'll just want to throw a bunch of stuff away. And then I always regret it. Always. So now what I do is I get in a tangent that I'm thinking I want to throw something away. And then I put it out of my sight in the garage, like put it in a bag in the garage. And then I figure if I haven't gone back out there in a month, then I let it go. As far as I think I like the tigers better than play now. So I think I'm going to do the tigers. Let me see. Let's just see. The tigers. Anyway, I get the regretting thing. I do it too. I do it as well. I think we all do, especially if you hoard, collect. It's a better word. He wants to know if I'm raising baby chicks. No, those are the birds in my yard. Okay, we have discussed getting baby chickens, but we haven't gotten them yet because I have to build a pen for them. The tail coal, no, those are the birds that live in my yard. The birds are loud here. They just are loud. Well, at least at my house. I don't know about anybody else's. Every time I make a video, it's either the lawnmower or the birds. But you know what my daughter did tell me? She saw the other day because her little friend has a lovebird and she's been wanting one. And I said, I can't do any more animals. We have a dog, a cat, and a bunny. I cannot do any more animals right now. And she told me that she saw that we have a nest of lovebirds. So somebody obviously let go of their lovebirds because they're not indigenous here. Let go of their birds, and they found some. One of them found another, and there was a. She said there's a nest up in our trees. Those are cool tigers. Yes, we have collections, not hoarding. Jane says that she's connecting with local people to take her journals when she's gone. You guys, mine's more than journals. Mine is, you guys know that I was a metalsmith forever, right? I should show you guys some. The unfortunate thing is I've probably given away, sold, and made more jewelry than, that's why I don't even wear jewelry, I think, anymore, because I did it for years, right? So I have metalsmithing tools and all kinds of that kind of supplies. And then I also have, you guys, okay, so I was a costume designer. So I've designed for theater, film, and television for a while. And then until I had kids and didn't want to travel too much anymore, kids get to a certain age where you'd rather be home. You know what I mean? Anyway, so I have a wild obsession with sewing machines and fabric. All right. So it's much better because I've lived in Hawaii about 10 years, maybe a little longer. So when I left New York, I gave away, you guys, I used to have like 7 sewing machines. Now I have 3. I have one serger, I have a serger or an overlock machine, and I have 2, one old Elna sewing machine, and then a heavy duty Singer industrial machine. Anyway, so, but I don't have, the good things about living here is that we don't have, there's not the same, like I can't just go and get things like you can get on the mainland. Like I can't go just get a bunch of fabric or whatever, because we don't have that many choices here on my island. I mean, we do have choices, but not on my island, not as many. And I'm kind of grateful for that. And also too, living here, the elements don't support fabric things like for long, long periods of time. It's like the sun is so intense here that it will, it'll disintegrate a lot of different things. So, but I do have things that I like, right? So in my garage, I have tubs of fabric. And they're usually, the fabric that I have is fabric that I've thrifted from the thrift store. I don't think any of it is, or like clothes that I've taken apart, that sort of thing. And I have containers of, and I made found object metalsmithing stuff. Like I have collected old rusty wire from traveling. You guys, I've traveled. Like the only thing that I brought when I moved to Hawaii was I brought my metalsmithing tools. And I didn't even bring all of them at one time. But I did bring, but everything rusts here. So that's a whole nother story. But I did bring my collection of odd bits and pieces. Like, you guys, I have like I have barbed wire from Jerusalem and just weird pieces of stuff. So I used to make like this mixed media jewelry. I'll show you some of it sometime. I'll have to look through my own jewelry box and see what I've kept. But I have the bits and pieces of that sort of stuff. And then I have all the recycling book stuff that I have. So You guys, yeah, I have too much stuff. My little one, she's an animal lover. She wants it. She wants all kinds of stuff. You lived in Oahu for 2 years? Oh, nice. I live on Maui. You guys have lots of more stuff on Oahu than we have. There is definitely more. I'm just going to glue some pages down before I try to make the envelopes. So the envelopes will be out of this weird bug, out of this tiger. I think I'm going to do the other tiger, and play now will just have to go by the wayside. And then I'm going to do the metal. I don't know, that came from like a Hawaiian magazine or something. Yeah, I have too much stuff. I should let, yeah. And then compound that I live in a small house. So even if it wasn't like, maybe if it was like a normal size stash for somebody else, it just seems too much, you know? But, the funny thing is whenever my kids are looking for something, they go, Mom, I need whatever it is. It's usually something ridiculous, and I usually have it. That's the most silliest thing. So what do you guys, if you were going to pick up one new skill over this time, what would it be? Like, what would your new skill be? Like, I've thought about teaching myself or watching YouTube videos and trying to teach myself calligraphy. Are you guys good at that? Is anybody picking up a new skill? Are you trying to pick up a new skill, or is that just like something silly that I'm holding on to? And a new skill. A new skill. I don't know. Calligraphy, I've always wanted my hottie. You guys, his handwriting is so amazing. My handwriting's not terrible, but his is like a piece of art. I remember one time he gave me a card, and I kept thinking, was this printed? You know what I mean? Like printed like on a printer because the writing was so perfect. You guys, I'm only gluing these inside so that the pages, so the envelopes end up being stronger, not for any other reason. You're gonna art journal more? Oh, that's good. Calligraphy is very relaxing. Well, I haven't tried it yet, Anne. Maybe you can give me some pointers. Anybody else? What else are you guys thinking of? Yeah, I think I'm gonna glue. Let me just see which one I like better. Let's see if I like, yeah, that one. You haven't thought about a new skill? You've really been doodling? Ooh. Did you guys see Jane Peters doodling? She does some really good doodling. She did this video for the Disabled Artist Foundation, and she made, I want to try that, Jane. I haven't done it yet. She doodled hair on all these supermodels. It was really beautiful. Incredibly talented. Very, very talented. You're going to get out your jelly plate and learn to use it. Oh my gosh. Jelly plates are so addictive. I have 2 of them here on my table. They're so addictive. So, so addictive. So I don't know. I'm thinking calligraphy. I'm also thinking, did you guys see Vicki Brown is knitting socks for homeless people? I'm going to write her an email and say, I'm homeless. Can I have a pair of your knitted socks? I'm not really in a universe. I'm not asking to be homeless. She's so talented. between her making her bread all the time and her knitting, she's like phenomenal. Did you see the girl? We've got a really cool girl in Crafting Mamas. Her name is Carla, and we have lots of Carlas, but her last name is Frukin, I think, and she is making those. Is it called Amugari? Those small crocheted animals. What is that called? You know what I'm talking about? They're like miniature little crocheted animals. She's amazing. It's more eyesight than I have. She's amazing, right? She's amazing. I agree 100%. Just trying to lay it in the middle of it. Just go for it. You don't have anything to learn, Jean. You'll just have fun. Oh, just do it. I do it on my tiny table here. It's not that so messy. It's not such a mess. Jelly printing is so fun. It is so fun. She is so talented. Laura, did you see last year when she did, which I have to say, you guys, yeah. She bought these paintings or art from the thrift store. And they were like kind of cool looking pieces of art or more serious pieces of art, like, still life or whatever. Did you see that Carla did that? And she painted anime characters into the painting. Oh, they were so brilliant. And she gave them as gifts. Like, she's so talented. Yeah. She takes it up to a different notch, a different level. That Carla. You have empty horizontal surfaces. Wait, what kind of surface? You gotten so much done while we're chatting. Oh, that's good. Sometimes I do that too. Like, I'll just I'll call my sister and then I'll start cleaning my house. Is that ridiculous? So I'll be talking to her on the phone, or she'll be talking to me, and I'll get like loads of. I get like so much done. It's like crazy. Or that's the same thing with like when I listen when one of you guys is live, and if I'm watching it on my phone or listening to it on my phone because I don't have the YouTube app on my phone. By choice, okay, because I think I probably would be on it way more than I am. So I just get a bunch of stuff done. You cleaned your kitchen and you're washing eggs now. How many chickens do you have, Malia? You must have lots. And your baby kittens are so cute. Your kittens are so cute. I don't know what magazine this came from, but I like it. Yeah, if I listen to it, I get a lot done. I'm telling you. I'm right there with you. It's a great tool for that, right? Especially if you're hanging out with your peeps and you can hear and you hear and like what everybody's saying. Well, I'm not as good as you, Laura, because you can really narrate. I'm not as good at narrating as far as that goes. You have 8 chickens now. You think, oh, they're getting too old. What happens when they get too old? They stop laying? Is that what you're saying they do? Guys, my grandparents, both sets of my mom's parents and my dad's parents had farms. My grandparents on my mother's side sort of were more like city farmers. Like they didn't live. My grandfather was an engineer and worked for an oil refinery. They had big gardens and chickens and ducks and all kinds of stuff like that, right? My dad's parents were real farmers. Like my grandfather, he worked at a lot. He was he worked in a lumber mill and he farmed for a living. And he raised, like so growing up, like my grandpa would be like, because he had my dad's dad had 3 sons, and he would say, okay, how many pigs are we going to slaughter? How many cat, like for food? Like he would be like, okay, who's having that? So it was nothing. And my dad was a hunter and all that sort of stuff, a fisherman. Not handy though. My dad was not handy. He could fillet a fish like nobody else, but ask him to hang some drapes. Oh, forget it. Anyway, so I grew up with all that, right? So like having a garden and chickens and stuff like that, it's not like my kids call me the chicken whisperer. And Hawaii has tons of feral chickens everywhere. Oh. Laura says it's not called narrating, it's called being a big mouth. No, I mean you're good at you're good at it. You're really good at it. I'm not as good at it. You notice you're not good at it reading the chat when you stream with another person now. I understand that. Well, sometimes I don't say what everybody's saying because sometimes I think it's personal, and because I don't leave the chat up for people to read. Do you know what I mean? I just because I figure it's for those that are here. Yes, I think Vicki Brown's channel is Messy Table Studios still. I don't think she's changed it. Unless she, you know what? There was a while, Miss Sparkles, that there were a lot of, I missed a lot because I was so busy for a while working my 3 jobs. I was working 3 jobs at one time. And Jean says she was thinking and typing at the same time, and you got a lot of horizontal surfaces that are empty. Hey, good for you, girl. Chicken whisperer. I know my kids, they call me chicken whisperer. So you laugh, but so one day, didn't I tell you guys the chicken story? I've had so many chicken stories lately. Well, one day I'm in the garage and this chicken shows up, and I'm thinking, oh no, our cat's gonna get it. And I don't know where it belongs. So I start walking around and so I pick it up. Of course I pick it up. This hen. And I'm walking around the neighborhood carrying this chicken, going, is this your chicken? Is this your chicken? Hello, is this your chicken? Finally found out where it went to. And then when I went to give it to the man, it was his granddaughter's, and she wasn't home. She's young like my daughter. She's like, I don't know, 12, 13 too. And I go to hand him the chicken. He's like, oh no. That chicken bites. I go, chickens don't bite. He goes, no, that one does. And when I went to hand it to him, she really went after him. She was like pecking him. He goes, I saw her get out, but I wasn't going to chase her because she just pecked me. Anyway, so. And then I told you guys about the little chicken at my job that the lady, I was going to leave, and the lady's like, this chicken jumped in my car, and she was crying and all this stuff. And I was like, oh my God. And I had somewhere to be. My hottie was picking me up. And I ended up with a chicken. I brought this chicken home. We named her Betty Davis. Betty Davis got a really nice home. Betty Davis lives in like the Beverly Hills of Hawaii. And yeah, so we had Betty Davis in our living room for a while. She was loud. Betty Davis was loud. She was a loud, chirping girl. We had Betty Davis. And then you guys, at my job, one of my jobs, there were all these chickens, and they would see, but they would, when I would get to work, they would come running. I used to talk to them. Sometimes they would try to get in my car, and they bring their chicks so I could see them. I didn't see the video of Lily and the chicken soup. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the video, find the video of Lily and the chicken soup. And I can just hear somebody saying, "Why didn't you just buy envelopes?" Look, if you have envelopes that fit your book, you can use anything you have. You can use junk mail envelopes if you want. Whatever you want. No rules. Your art. It was on Instagram. Okay, I'll have to go back and look. You guys, I'm not so great on Instagram. I mean, I should get better. Like, I have friends that only do Instagram, and they're like, "Why aren't you aren't doing it?" I mean, I am on Instagram, but I haven't posted anything on Instagram. It's like I didn't have time for it, but I guess I have time now, so I can post stuff on Instagram. Do you guys have kids that are obsessed with TikTok? Oh my God, my 13-year-old is obsessed with TikTok. That I think is a little bit crazy, but she's obsessed with it. Yeah, TikTok. What is? I don't know. You guys, there's always something new, and there's always something that I don't know anything about. So, I'm not keeping up with anybody. I can't keep up with them. I made myself an electrolyte drink. Oh my God, you guys, yesterday it was on Facebook. You don't know what TikTok is? Thank God, Malia. It's it's a new platform, so I don't know if it's new. And but people post short videos on it. And my 13-year-old, she's like gave herself a self-imposed, like, I didn't tell her to do it, but she gave herself a self-imposed it's like Snapchat. Maybe it is, I don't know. Jersey says it reminds her of Vine. So my 13-year-old gave herself, she's like, I'm on my devices too much. Because she's used to going to school for 7-8 hours a day where they have no device. I mean, whatever devices they're using are just for, the computer at school or whatever. And now, anyway. So she gave herself a self-imposed thing, and she was like, I have an issue with TikTok. I'm like, oh, okay, you have an issue with TikTok? She's like, yes. I think about it all the time. And, I tell myself, I'm not going to go on TikTok. And then I do it again. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right, I get it. It's like, whatever. So she gave herself her own, I don't know, 24 hours or something without it. She was like, I couldn't stop myself. I know now that we're, you know what? I have to tell her she has to go outside because there'll be days that she's just, you guys, they give her a lot of work. And some days are harder than others, that's for sure. So I don't know. School is the device. Yeah, the computer right now. Yeah. But before, when she was in, before this whole thing, they didn't really, I mean, they did do technology, but not like it is now. Yeah. Yep, it is. I mean, I feel bad for her because, she used to like go to dancing and karate and all these things. And we don't have, I mean, she dances at home now, but, all of that's been canceled. It is a different experience. I agree with you. You're absolutely right. 100% right. It is totally a different experience. Yeah, I just try to go with it with her, because yeah. And she's also at that age, like she takes everything really, really personally. Do you know that teenage age where like everything is like over the top, serious? At least for girls. I know boys are different. Your grandson's in the 10th grade and he said his grades gone up. That's awesome. Yeah, teenage girls, it's like, I don't know. That's every day in your house. Oh, girl, I'm telling you. Suddenly, when they hit like 12, 13, it becomes like, at least this has been my experience with my daughters. I'm not saying that you'll have that same experience, but it can be a lot sometimes. And you don't even know what you said that's upset them, but you've completely upset them. Have you had that one? Or like you can hear it in their voice, like they're thinking, she's a complete idiot. Like you can hear them like thinking that you're an idiot. Anybody have that? Melissa, I thought you were talking husbands. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Poor Brian. We love you, Brian. Your maid looks so much like Brian. It's crazy. Like I saw you posted that cute picture of her with the little bracelet or whatever she had, smishing it in, like on her face, and Brian holding her. She looks so much like him. Lily looks just like you. It's so beautiful. To be a teenager again and know everything. No, that's when you're in your 20s. Don't you remember, like, how many of you guys have remember your kids in their 20s, like in their early 20s, when they think you're completely incapable of anything and that you're basically dumb and cannot figure out how you survived your life? Vera May is his twin. Are you going to have any more babies, Malia? Make beautiful girls, beautiful babies. Oh my gosh, yes. My oldest daughter is 28, and then I have a daughter that's 22, and then I have a 13-year-old. So I've got the whole gamut. I have the whole gamut of we think you're completely an idiot. And because I've raised strong women, they tell me to my face I'm an idiot. Or they go, you're just completely, you know. Malia, you're beautiful. What are you talking about? Lily looks just like you. Hi, Emma. How are you? All right. What's the last craft supply you guys bought? The last one I bought, deli paper. I splurged and bought myself deli paper, and that's not really an art supply, but I bought it for myself. Your soul tells you want another one, but your brain says, "Oh yeah, that's why I have." Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. It's like your soul's like, "Yes, I can have more children. Yes, I can do this." Guys, I had my 13-year-old when I was 43. Okay. Yes. Okay. I totally know that. All right. And I'm now realizing why you have children when you're young because, like, you can't remember all the stuff you need to teach them. Okay. What did you buy? Laura says paint markers. Um, Vicky says paint markers too. Wow. All right. What else did you get? Come on, pipe in. What did you guys buy? I love you, Malia. Malia goes, I don't know if it's my soul or my uterus, but something does want another one. Girl, I can relate. I can relate. I don't know if it's my soul or my uterus. Oh my God. That's a good one. That's really good. Probably both, right? Yes. Okay, so who else bought your craft? Come on, fess up. I know you guys bought some craft supplies. Don't even be saying you didn't. You wish you had more. How many kids do you have, Vic? You guys want to know how you want to know how crazy it is. So my hottie and I have actually talked about adopting a child. Not that we need any more children in our life because between the two of us we have 5. But you have 2. But you know, we've talked about it. We have actually talked about it. I think if we had um we've talked about becoming foster parents, but right now in our situation at this moment, our house wouldn't be big enough. But if we moved, it would be, you know? So we've actually talked about it. We have. And then I think, what's wrong? I don't even want to get another dog or cat. So child would be. You just keep ordering stuff from Amazon. You loaded up on glue sticks. Jean said she loaded up on glue sticks. Just in case Amazon shut down. Blades for your paper cutter. Good job, Anne. I need to do that too. Malia said she got paint markers at Christmas. Zaire brand. I don't know that brand. She said they're awesome, awesome, awesome. You keep ordering stuff from Amazon. Good. I'm glad you do. You know? Okay, I got deli paper. I ordered deli paper. I had to order. Okay, so you guys, I told you this, or maybe I didn't. Maybe. So we have a bunny. And we use, for the bunny's little litter box, we use that paper litter, that's like, it's cat litter. I think it's called Good News or one of those, right? Well, you guys, you can't even buy it here. So I ordered deli paper and a 30-pound bag of 30-pound bag of cat litter from Amazon. The box came mangled. My hubby's like, what in the world is this? It's like the box is completely mangled. And I go, oh, I think it must be the cat litter. You want a guinea pig? We had a guinea pig. The only thing about a guinea pig is they have really bad respiratory systems. So they don't live long. They only live like Ours lived for like 7 years, and the vet said that was a long time. They only live for like 4 years. So, I don't know. Yeah. You bought vintage papers from Brooks Auction. Oh, that's nice. You'll probably be sick of it by then. I don't know. They're work. They're a lot of work. And if you have cats and guinea pigs, the cat will stalk your guinea pig. At least that's what we found with ours when we had it. This is years ago when my oldest daughter was little. We had a guinea pig. All right. We've had guinea pigs, hamsters, fish, ant farms. That was the most ridiculous thing, the ant farm. The ant farm that ended up opening up and all the ants ran away all over my house, all of my apartment in Manhattan. Right, this is a good one. I don't know where it came from. You guys, I told you I purged all my magazines, so I went through and I cut up a bunch of them and went through and purged and did my thing. And yep, that's what I did. I kept a few, purged a lot, kept a few. I don't know where it came from. I don't have any special magazines, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have any. They're all like whatever you get off of Free Cycle. That's what, or whatever, Recycle Bank. Your cat is outside. What's huge? I missed it. You said, "Wow, that's huge." I don't. What's huge? I didn't see the precursor to the "Wow, that's huge." So, anybody watched any good series on Netflix lately that they would recommend? I I like to have the noise on in the background, but I also like it to be a good story. But I don't know, because I haven't been motivated to do, besides cleaning out my, besides attempting to clean out my crafting collection, my craft stash. I haven't been motivated to do much of anything. Um, well, seventh grade homework, but you weren't too crazy about Ozark. Yeah, I watched the first season of Ozark. I liked this. I binge watched the last one, and I didn't like it as much as I liked the very first season. Like the very first, like, I don't know. You know, I also, did you guys ever watch How to Get Away with Murder? And I love Viola Davis. I love her as an actress. The very first season of that was so good. Now it's just like, I don't, I didn't watch the last season, but one of my kids is watching it and she's like, "This is so convoluted." I'm like, "Yeah." The discovery of witches. Oh, okay. You totally agree. The first season was, last one wasn't that great. Yeah, I agree. What else? I was so waiting for. Do you guys, any of you guys have Amazon Prime, and do any of you watch Bosch? I love that show. I love it so much that I've watched it from, like, I watched the reruns. Do you know what I mean? I've watched it multiple times. They just came out with a new season of Bosch, and I didn't think it was good either. I did not think it was good at all. I was like, seriously? No, I've seen all the series. I've seen all the seasons of Ozark. I didn't. The first season I thought was great. This one I was like, I don't know. It ended kind of so abruptly. I was like, yikes. You didn't watch all the episodes, but you said there was so much fluff in the show that you went back and you missed nothing. Did any of you guys watch? You guys know my British television thing, right? So I know I'm like a broken record with the British television. Did any of you guys watch the series Vera with Brenda Blethyn? Oh my God, I love her. The problem is you have to watch it on separate networks. They don't have it all on the same network. Like you have to watch so many seasons on BritBox and so many seasons on Acorn and so many seasons on something else. I can't remember. So I was like, should probably get a book and lay it on top of this. You didn't have to go back because you're still on the same boat. Yeah. Oh, it's a docuseries? The which one? Oh, bye, Jean. Let me know when you want to stream. And I will happily stream with you. You guys go over and join Jean Peter Artist. She is helping. First of all, she's a fabulous artist. And if you ever get a piece of her artwork, it's amazing. I have a few of her pieces. But she helps care with the Disabled Artists Foundation, and she does a lot of work with that. And right now, YouTube changed its guidelines. So now you need 1,000 subscribers to be able to stream. Is that what it is, Jean? I don't know. It's something crazy. And I don't know how many she has, but you guys go over and join her channel so that she gets enough subscribers, and put her in your playlist and watch it, so that she gets enough. So that she gets enough watch time so that because she wants to do live streams for the Disabled Artists Foundation, and she can't do them on her channel yet without having that many subscribers because they've changed everything. Okay, so Emma says, okay, here. So she loved the Shannara Chronicles and Living with Yourself, The Innocents, Lock and Key. Ooh, okay. I'm going to have to write this down because let me cut and paste them. What are they on, Emma? So please, you guys go join Jean's channel and so that she can stream, because it's, she does it. She's an amazing artist anyway. You guys would love her stuff. She's a really good artist. As my hottie says, I'm just a pity pat. Why can't it won't let me cut and paste it? Why can't I cut and paste it? You can use, so Laura's saying, Jean, you can use Streamlab apps before you get 1,000 subscribers. Okay, Emma, I have to write. Hey, Malia, will it let you cut and paste what Emma told us? It won't let me cut and paste it. Will it let you cut and paste the Shannara Chronicles? I'm going to have to write all this down because I'm going to write it down here because I can't even cut and paste it in my thing. Because I'm always looking for something new to watch or to keep me company, I should say. It's a better, I don't even have any plain paper over here. I'm going to have to write on a piece of, book page. Okay. This is a brush marker. All right. Now I know some of you bought more than 3 people bought. Living with Yourself. It sounds like something I would have. The Innocents. and key. Okay. I'm going to write that. Thanks, Emma. Now I can. I haven't seen Glow. It didn't let me cut and paste it either. It used to be. Lock and key is awesome. Okay, now I'm going to have to watch. Where is it? What is it on now? Bye, Jean. We love you. Emma told you that it's Streamlabs? Okay. On OA and U. Okay. This is my Hottie's pen. He loves these pens, guys, and I see why now. I mean, they're like really cool. It's like some tall pen. He's a pen person. I gave him some pens, some handmade pens for. I didn't make them. Some hand-turned wooden pens for Christmas. I don't know what OA is, so I'll have to look it up. You use Streamlab apps until you recently got 1,000 subscribers. Thank you for letting us know, Miss Jersey. You know what? There is this app but you have to pay for it, and I can't remember the name of it. But I have been telling Stacy at Pink Pill Crafters, because she and I were talking about doing. This is a while ago. We were talking about doing. We did one live stream together, but we're talking about doing it so that you can have it on both your channels, right? And it helps you both gain subscribers and all that. So it's a pay thing, and I can't remember. I'll have to look it up. But what it would let you do is it would let you so if you and I were streaming together, Laura, I could stream on my channel and you could stream on your channel at the same time we were together. And then what happens is, so then all the people that are my subscribers we'd be able to put like a link in the box, so they'd be able to join your channel and vice versa. Do you know what I mean? So we talked about it a while ago, but I cannot for the life of me remember. I'd have to look it up because I put it all in I'm sure that I have it in my notes, of stuff somewhere. Streamlabs is free, but will it let you stream simultaneously on your channel? Meaning I would be streaming on my channel, you'd be streaming on your channel, but we would be together. What does it let you do that? Because I think that's how you could really help a small YouTube channel, is if you streamed with somebody that had a whole lot more subscribers than you did, and then you were streaming simultaneously on your channel, and then you put the link to their channel and they were streaming on their channel, and then you know what I mean? I don't know. Whatever. You guys. Hi, Carla. How are you? How's Portugal? How is Portugal? And you get some free hours of streaming. No, Streamlab, that's for streaming off of a device, not a computer. If you don't have 1,000 subs, it's free. Oh, that's good. Now this one is some sort of this is like a program. This is like a computer program that you can, because I can't remember all of it, that you can use to, who really use it are internet marketers. They're not thinking they're thinking of sharing their, their internet marketing. Those guys that have their join me now and oh my gosh, guys, so crazy. So tell me what else you guys bought on thank you for Emma, thank you for Better Than Us and the Umbrella Academy. Okay. I have to write it down. Is it also on OA? What does OA stand for, you guys? I don't even know. Okay, let's see. Better Than Us, the Umbrella Academy. I'm going to definitely, good, I have some new things to look forward to. Laura said exactly, Google Hangouts was still being used by people in the industry after it stopped on YouTube. Why did they stop Google Hangouts? Because now it's a paid service? Is that what it is? And is that the reason they stopped, is because now you have to pay for it? I mean, hi, APG. OA is Omega Alpha. Nice to see you, girl. What are you up to? We love you, Miss APG. You've been here. You just running in and out. Well, we love you, girl. What are you creating? Oh my God, APG, your post about your conversation about the powdered milk had me in freaking stitches. Freaking stitches. Your poor hubby. You're working on a video edit? Oh, good for you. In one of your triangles, Bill? Oh my God. Well, you know what's really stupid is they stopped it, and now everybody's using Zoom, and they would all be using Google Hangouts. Because we're like getting Google Doc, we're getting all kinds of docs from Google for school, right? And they would all be doing, they would all be using, they would be using Google Hangouts if they were, yeah. My son-in-law used to work for Google. The powdered milk. Oh my God, that was so funny. APG, you were too much. That is so funny. What did you tell him the other day? You said you didn't eat it all last night. So what did you say? It was so perfect. I was like, oh my God. Basically telling her husband that, this is what it is. Tough it if you don't like it. Oh, I love her voiceovers too. And her little xylophone. Oh my God, I love it so much. It makes me happy. And when she sits in her studio, wears her tiara. I love that. Oh my God. I love your tiara. Your tiara is like one of my favorite things. And we're from around the same place in Texas, so I totally understand everything you're talking about. Like it's like so, it's perfect for me. Guys, I'm so freaking blind now. It's so ridiculous. Oh my gosh. So did I miss Barb saying she wasn't going to do? If he doesn't eat all the dinner, it will be a pledge tomorrow. We're on rations. Not really, but he doesn't need to know that. Look, girl, last night, are you kidding? My daughter I made, because I've been on this keto diet for a year and my arthritis is virtually gone. I had such bad, I don't like to talk about stuff like that, but I had such bad arthritis and fibromyalgia that sometimes, and I'm not I can't take any medication. Usually whatever medications they want to give you make me sicker than the pain. It wasn't worth it, you know? And she calls you darling. You live for that. And her musical interlude. Oh my God. Did you see the one where she's sitting? Were you at Jones Hall? She was, I think, in Jones Hall and she's singing. I laughed so hard. She was singing musical interlude at Jones Hall, which is a very famous concert hall in Houston. So I have been on this keto diet for a good long while. So my hottie, now that he has his job, right? So you guys, he eats a lot. He eats a lot. He doesn't think he eats a lot, but he does. So, it's almost like having a teenage boy. Like teenage boys, like they have like this appetite, like you can't even like fathom like where in the world do they put this food? So last night, I made cauliflower rice, which came out amazing. And if you're keto, I can't say that if you don't eat, it's not, it's not rice, but it gives you sort of a texture like rice. My daughter made Indian food. She made buttered chicken, and it was so good. It was, she made it dairy-free buttered chicken, but the recipe for buttered chicken, Indian recipe for buttered chicken, and it was so delicious. And so when I was serving him or me, whatever, I was in the kitchen. I said, all right, because I made the rice. It's like I made myself a bowl, made himself a bowl, but before I did anything is I made him lunch. Like I took it out and made him lunch. Because you know what'll happen? So this is might as well just go for the bitch fest, right? Might as well just go for the complaining fest. I don't mind making lunch or whatever and doing whatever for him. But when we have a big meal and there should be enough left over for some leftovers and there isn't, so now I've learned, serve the leftover, do the lunch first. Yes, it was at Jones Hall sitting in the audience. Oh, it was so perfect. Your musical interlude was so perfect. I laughed so hard. I loved it. It was brilliant. You guys go over to her channel and watch her musical interlude on at Jones Hall. It was so good. Loved it. APG, you're awesome. So now, before I even call anyone to dinner or anybody, or even when my daughter's cooking, whatever, I run in there and I make his lunch first, because otherwise it's like they'll have eaten all the dinner and then I have to make something else for him for lunch. So I'm like, I like cauliflower rice. I like it a lot. I do. We love you, APG. You're so great. No, I was just, Laura, it's not smart. It was infuriating. It's like, well, we just made a huge meal. Where's the food? And it's like, he feels like, and I understand this, he grew up in a house where his mom definitely, I told you about her food hoarding. I told you, and you guys, she's like 5 feet tall and like 90 pounds, maybe 100 pounds. I told you his mother's food hoarding, right? So I know he's got issues, but I don't have issues. So I don't want that to be my issue. Yeah, PG. Emma, I like pork too. Not everybody eats pork, but I love it. I made bacon this morning. ABG says, I don't fix no lunch. Heck, I hardly cook food. I'm a box and can kind of chef. Hey, girl, I can do some cheater cooking too. That's what I call it, cheater cooking. You see flying pigs in your dreams? Oh my God. So, you guys, I made chili the other day. We had chili. We had keto chili, which was really good. I thought it was really good. And and I made a huge amount of it. Like, I don't know, 3 or 4 pounds of ground meat in it and vegetables and, the tomato sauce. And I made cauliflower rice. So I made this huge thing of it because there's 5 of us. And I'm thinking, okay, I can have lunch for him for a couple of days. And my daughter and my other daughter and her boyfriend were going to come over. So I thought, oh, there might be 7 of us. You guys, he has like this issue. And you guys, I'm going to take a picture of him. I don't think I have one on my phone. Let's see if I do. He is in amazing shape. I mean, he is like, because I'm terrible about taking pictures. I take pictures of sunsets and of the dog. Is that ridiculous? Sunsets, sunrises, and the dog. I don't have, and chickens. Oh my gosh, I don't even have. I'll have to see if I can get him to take a picture and show you. Anyway, he eats like a teenager. And I was just like, oh my God, like we have to be able to. So now I'm learning. I don't have a picture. I'll have to take a picture of him. And now I'm learning. Fix the lunch first. Oh, he's even in better shape, Laura. He has I'm telling you, he's been doing okay, so my Amazon order, you ready for this? Okay, so my Amazon order was deli paper, a box of deli paper, 30 pounds of that cat litter that's for the bunny, the Good News, whatever paper litter, and a set of gymnastic rings for him. Okay. So, Laura, it could have been some chickens. They just are, it could have been maybe there was some, chickens are wild here. They have lots of feral chickens here. So I don't think, though. I think it was just the birds, though. I think it was just the birds. You guys, he's in amazing shape. He's like, but I don't know. Yes, his mother food hoards. I know I've told you guys the story about, right? When she brought me the half-eaten fortune cookie, like when she pulled all the food out of her purse and then she took all my earrings. Oh my God. Oh my God. So, I told you guys that he's my second time around. I was married for a very long time before. And I told him when we first got together that I don't do in-laws. I said, I don't do in-laws. I said, you do your parents. Both my parents have passed away. So I said, look, I've already done my parents, and my parents were wonderful. I had the most amazing parents. I said, I don't do in-laws because my former mother-in-law or my former in-laws, like, they really, they were different than, when you're from Texas, family's different than it is anywhere else. I mean, I can just speak for myself. I came from a very loving, open, kind, accepting family. And my first husband's family was from Massachusetts. And they were very staunch and uptight and particular. And it didn't really mesh with me, And I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just they were particular. They were more, no, I came from an artist family. They were not that. Okay. And so I had already been through my own things with that set of in-laws. And when Hadi and I got together, I was like, you know what? I just don't, I don't do, and he was good with it. He was like, okay, fine. I said, I'm not stopping you, but I'm just not going to do with it. So we'd been together a number of years before I had met his family. where I had spoken with his dad many times, but and his parents are divorced, but I hadn't really mingled with his mother. And one day, and then what happened was I told you guys that I met his mother's sister. She came to Hawaii. She came to Maui. Her mother's sister. His mother has a sister that's like, I don't know how many years younger, but a lot of years younger. And she had married somebody who had kids that lived over here. And so they used to come over all the time to see his kids. So they were coming for the sister, the mother's sister was coming for like, I don't know, their anniversary or something. Anyway, I had met her, and his parents were his mother and her sister are very competitive. But I didn't even know that. Like, and I don't care. I had met the aunt. She came at the time I was still making jewelry and doing art fairs and all that kind of stuff. And she came to one of the art fairs, and I gave her some jewelry. I gave her a piece of jewelry, and I gave her a piece of jewelry for my hottie's mom. And let it go. I mean, it was like I didn't, well, that I guess was like this huge impetus for his mother to come to Hawaii. Of course, but I didn't know she was coming to Hawaii. And I don't think she even told him until after she got here. So she called him and she said, I'm in Hawaii for 2 weeks, and I was just like, I was working, you guys, that's when I was running that big company, and I was so stressed out all the time. I was working, I can't even tell you how many hours. And I was like, dude, I cannot take time out to, and I don't remember if I had like either a bunch of people on vacation or I don't know. Anyway, I was working a lot of hours that I didn't normally work. You guys don't have to draw the lines. I just can't see it. Your family does that too. Wait, you ordered a clock that shows the day of the week because I have no clue what day it is. Oh, girl, I can relate to that. Oh no, he bought gymnastic rings. I'll have to take a video of him doing it. You guys, he's into it. I'll take a video of it and show it to you guys in another live stream. But I got to catch him doing it. Yeah, she took all the earrings, not just a few of them. She took all of them. She says that her family doesn't do in-laws. They would be nice, but no interaction. Okay. Malia, I love people from the East Coast. I had a boyfriend prior to that, and I lived most of my adult life on the East Coast. But I had a boyfriend prior to that whose family's from Massachusetts, who I had a completely different experience with. But my first husband's family was very rigid, their way or no way. And that's fine, but it just didn't work with my personality. No, and that it works for them. Yeah, they have to do, like somebody I always say to my kids, you do you, don't worry about me. So the next thing I know, my hottie's mother, my hottie says, my mother's in town. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do your mother. I'm sorry. No, we're not doing your mother. I said, I just can't do it. I feel like the black one on top. So he comes, I said, you can take my young daughter at the time, she was probably about 8. I said, you can take her and go visit your mom. I said, but I can't do it. So he met me for lunch at my job. And he says, like, I was working so many hours. He met me for lunch and he says, hey, let's go down the street. Let's go they have this little place that's not here anymore called Longi's and in Lahaina, and they had the best happy hour. They made this Greek salad pizza that was unbelievable. And it was like $5. And so I would go and normally it was like $20, right? So I would go and have a Greek salad pizza. It was so delicious. So we're sitting at the bar and I see this woman walk by. This woman, like across the street. We're sitting at the bar and it faces the ocean, right? So we're sitting at the bar and waiting for my Greek salad pizza. I'm getting all excited. And I see this woman, this older woman, probably in her 70s, in high heels, in a bikini with one of those sheer bikini cover-ups. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like they're like you don't even know why the hell somebody's wearing it because it doesn't cover up a damn thing. Okay. You guys, he goes, that's my mother. It was his mother in these high heels. You guys, this is like walking down a main drag. And anyway, I was just like, oh my God. So that was he didn't call her over. I just was like, I cannot deal with this. So fast forward to the food hoarding. So I finally, yes, those sheer things that you're like, what the hell? Like, and now granted, she is beautiful for 70, whatever she is, 75, 78, whatever. She's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. But she had the hoop earrings. You know what I mean? Like, picture kind of Golden Girls, picture Blanche, but in a thinner, smaller version, walking down a sidewalk. Okay. Where I work, you guys. And I mean, in the town that we live in is small. So it was like, oh my God. And of course, some of our friends were having lunch with us too, and they all saw it and they just were in mass hysteria. Trust me, they still bring it up. So fast forward to the end of their trip. And I did end up going to dinner with them a couple of times. And finally I was like, why don't you just invite your mother over for dinner? I'll cook dinner. And I did some cheater cooking, APG. That's what I call it. Cheater cooking. I did some cheater cooking where I bought like a roasted chicken from Costco and I just made homemade black beans, rice, and salad or something. So he's like, she's not going to eat anything. And this was on their way to the airport because they were staying on the west side of the island, which is like an hour away from the airport. And we live about 15 minutes from the airport. Oh, my Blanche would only wear beach attire to the beach. Oh, well, yeah, well, whatever. I don't even know. Look, I don't know what possessed her not to put clothes on. That I don't know. Okay. I do not know. All right. So he's like, she's not going to eat anything. I'm like, I don't care. I'm going to eat. And I said, your stepdad will eat. Right. So I made 2 vats of that cheese dip, that onion cheese dip. It's that recipe that you put like 1 cup of cheese, 1 cup of onions, and 1 cup of mayonnaise. Have you guys ever made it? You put like a cup of Parmesan. I use Romano cheese because my daughter can't have dairy. 1 cup of grated Romano cheese, 1 cup of onions diced very, very, very thin, or you can put it all in a food processor or in a blender, and then 1 cup of mayonnaise. Well, I made 2 double batches because my daughter, she loves that, and she has food allergies. So when she asks for something, I make it, and then she would it would have been like in the in the fridge, and she could have just scooped some out and heated it up for herself and eaten it with like crackers or whatever. You guys, she ate both. She ate the entire cheese dip, and it was like a lasagna pan size times 2. Okay. I think she ate 1.5. I was like, wow. And then she proceeded to eat my dinner, which my hottie was like, my mom doesn't know. But prior to eating the dinner, she comes in and she brings bags of stuff. And I had known about her food hoarding, right? I knew about it from, he was trying to warn me, whatever, but I've known about it for years. I don't care, just let it go. You guys, she was bringing food. She goes, oh, I brought some stuff for you to have. We're not going to eat it because they were leaving, right? You guys, she brought me half of a fortune cookie wrapped in a paper napkin, some sesame seeds that came from something, I don't know. You guys, let's just say, I just took it all. And, the kind of cool thing is, it's not so cool, but the kind of cool thing is I have a friend that has hoarding issues. And whenever she wants to give me stuff, I take it. Now I just throw it away. I don't tell her I throw it away. But she always like calls me up and says, "Oh, I have this. I want to, would you want it?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, sure." You guys, I never to keep anything. I mean, unless I really want it, but most of the time, whatever she's giving me, I don't want, right? So I'm prepared because I have this friend that's a hoarder. So I just say, "Oh, thank you." One of my daughters was here. She was mortified. She's like, "Mom, what in the hell? Half of a fortune cookie? What the hell are you going to do with that?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, mhm, half a fortune cookie." So she starts pulling stuff out of her purse. Do you guys remember? Are you old enough to remember that show, Let's Make a Deal, with Monty Hall, where people could pull random crap out of their pocketbooks? It was like that. You guys, it was almost like a clown car, like where, like a million clowns come out. You guys, she started pulling stuff out of her bag. First of all, she brought 2 bags in brown bags, like from the grocery store, all various and sundry bizarre things. Okay. Because they were here 2 weeks and they stayed in a condo. The next thing she did was she started pulling stuff out of her purse. You guys, I was like, the half-eaten fortune cookie in a paper napkin, the sesame seeds in a paper napkin. She had stolen. Now, you guys, she is really wealthy, really, really wealthy. She has 5 or 6 homes. I mean, really wealthy. She was like an amazing real estate agent. Like, she stole a salt and pepper shaker from McDonald's. You guys, the plastic ones from McDonald's. Oh my God. Anyway, yeah. So she has food hoarding issues. She ate on my dinner, which my hottie he says, "I've never seen her eat food." I said, "Well, who knows? Whatever." Yeah. She has food. She has food. And she's tiny thin. And I don't know. Whatever. Yes. Mm-hmm. Hi, Lynn. Oh, you're not old enough. Who has a balloon animal? Well, I used to watch it with Let's Make a Deal with. I used to watch it with my grandmother when I was little. Anyway, yes, she has. So I understand his food issues. I mean, so for him, the other thing is this. Okay, so I think this is where it comes from. The other thing is she doesn't throw out anything. So if you go to her house, like he and she got into a big fight because he cleaned out her refrigerator because he said he hadn't visited her in a year and there was stuff he had left in the refrigerator a year before. And she has 4 or 5 refrigerators. Okay. So they got into a big fight because he threw out her stuff. And then he went into her car and into the trunk and pulled out like 15 jars of salsa and then the other 25 jars of salsa that were in her cabinets. Okay. So he kind of pushes the envelope. So I think with him, when it comes to leftovers, I think he has this aversion, not that because he'll eat leftovers. It's not that. He just doesn't want there to be any leftovers. Does that make sense? So, yeah. So you got my my crazy in-laws. Oh my God, you guys, seriously. Yes. Like, I don't know how his mom's standing in this pandemic. I mean, I haven't spoken with her. He's spoken with her. Because, her part of her whole thing is like going to the grocery store. So she had open heart surgery. So she's definitely not going anywhere, because she definitely has, she had open heart surgery before all this happened. So, yep, you guys. So you got my life in a nutshell. It's not conscious. It isn't, but yeah, because he'll end up in his mom's purse. Exactly. Oh my God, you guys. Didn't I tell you guys a story about how she invited us out for breakfast and then she didn't eat? Oh, you guys, it's ridiculous. You lost your electricity. Oh no. Are you in Cap? Where are you, Anne? I don't know where you live. So, yeah, his mother made this big deal on another occasion for us to come and meet her for breakfast. And I was like, you guys, when it's my day off, the last thing I want to do, especially when you work in a tourist industry, is go out for breakfast. Come to my house, let me cook something, whatever. You know what I mean? When you're like dealing with people all day long, you don't want to go out. And anyway, but I got up, my butt got up. We met her at this place for breakfast. And you guys, she'd already eaten. So she didn't eat anything. you know, you're just like, you're just like, okay. No, Laura, I laugh. He laughs. He doesn't, his thing is like, I don't know, because, where I'm from, cooking for your family is like a normal thing, whether you cook from scratch or you don't. Like if you were having friends or people over, you would cook. It's like, and I come from a big family, so like I don't think I actually know how to cook for just two people. So I always have an abundance, right? Because where I'm from, and APG can pipe in, like you never knew if people were going to stop over, so you made enough, right? You had enough, and so for him, who probably like he used to say like when as a grown adult, like he wouldn't eat at his mom's house. Like his brother's a really good cook, or they would get together, his brother and his sister, and they would decide like, if they were going to go to his mom's for dinner, who was bringing what, because they didn't know if they let her cook. It was. Hey, PG, I love you. Hey, PG says no one ever stops over. They would get leftovers for sure. Lynn says, yes. She's Italian, and you cook for your family and your friends and your enemies and the dead. Yes, I get it. Oh, no, she eats. She eats. I don't know. I just think it's, I think it's probably, if you believe in past lives, it was probably a past life thing. Because she grew up in a family that was not poor. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know. But what started it all was him eating all my damn leftovers and me not having anything else for him for lunch. When I cook a lot, it'd be one thing if I just made like a portion, like a tiny portion, but I didn't. You guys, my in-laws were the exact opposite. Okay, my mother-in-law, she wanted to know how many people were coming, and she made barely enough for everyone because she did not want any leftovers. Yankee thrift, she used to tell me. And they were very well off. Like they did not have to be Yankee thrift like that. So much so that my father-in-law, God rest his soul, before he passed away, he was a wonderful man. He would have bridge club, I don't know, every month or whatever. They would switch off at whose homes they were in. And if I happened to be visiting them, he would be like, will you cook? Knowing that I was going to cook enough for them to have. Him eating all the damn leftovers. No, it's true. It's like, Laura, it's like hot here. It's like you're cooking and you're hot and you think in your head, okay, I have made, I've made enough. Like there'll be enough for, I like leftovers the next day, I like leftovers the next day too. And some things taste better, like chili. Chili is way better the second day, don't you think? Indian food is way better the second day. Soups and stews are generally better the second day. What? Your family's from, where are they from? San Miguel? Malasadas. I love malasadas. Oh my gosh. Talk about some good malasadas here. Guys, I haven't had malasadas in a long time because they're not keto. They're all better the next day. Yes. Lynn was having a moment the other day because her husband ate for lunch what they were all going to eat for dinner. But Lynn, you have to say that, you didn't make as big of a, he's used to like big portions, and maybe your portion sizes were smaller than he was used to. I don't know. You guys, I don't know. I don't know. He's like so funny. So now, like last night, I said to him, fill your plate up one time. This is it. If you want something else to eat, if you're not full after you've eaten this, because I said I need it for lunch tomorrow. Like, but I'd already put his lunch away. But I also, it's ridiculous. You guys, he eats huge portions. They're not like little. He told you it was pre leftovers. Oh my god. Oh. Does he ever complain he's too full? Oh no. Emma, on a keto diet, you're never hungry. Okay. That's the one thing. On a keto diet, I am never hungry. And I know he's not either, but he he works out a lot. And now that he's doing this crazy job where he's like painting 8 hours a day, but like with no breaks, he was really hungry. I made him, you guys, I got up this morning and I made him a Mary Lou says if you didn't eat seconds at her mom's house, she thought you didn't like her food. Oh, Mary Lou. Yeah, that's probably the same way where I grew up too. I get it. We have some great Portuguese food here. You know, there was a huge immigration of Portuguese people here a long time ago, and we have some killer Portuguese food here. Let's see how big that envelope is going to be. Okay. No, you know what it is? He doesn't, guys, he doesn't overeat. It's just now that he's getting up for lunch, now that I'm making lunch for him, it's just too much some days. Malia says you're not allowed to show up to her family's house full. You're going to eat anyways. That was the same way how I grew up. Okay. In Hawaii, we have huge Portuguese. Yes. Portuguese. The Portuguese came here in, I know you can look it up. You know, they came here to farm cattle and to, yes, the Portuguese did. I don't know if it's in the late 1800s or I don't know. Yeah, the Cabaneros, they definitely, the Portuguese came to Hawaii. You know, Hawaii's got a really interesting history. Yeah, you can get homemade Portuguese sausage here. Are you kidding? Like one of my really good friends, her mom is like, we stand in line when her mom's making homemade Portuguese sausage. Like we're like, okay, she'll like call me up. How many pounds do you want? Like how many will she spare, you know? Yeah. Like when you go eat a local breakfast here, the local breakfast will have Portuguese sausage, spam, bacon, ham, eggs, rice. You guys, Hawaii is like a melting pot of a lot of different things. It's really cool, actually. Like you can buy fresh Portuguese sausage in the grocery store here. Okay. You miss Portuguese bread? Yeah, Hawaii is a melting pot of many cultures. It's quite beautiful. Lots of Asian cultures as well. It's really it's quite amazing the levels of diversity here that you would be surprised. It's so nice. Yeah, my poor Hottie and his lunch. So this morning I got up and I made him. I asked him before it. Like yesterday, I was terrible. I just made him coffee yesterday, but I had made him a big lunch and made him lunch and snacks. And this morning, and I didn't like yesterday. He went with no breakfast. I mean, I don't know unless he stopped and got breakfast on the way, which he could have. Um, this morning I said, "Are you hungry?" He says, "Well, I'm not hungry right now, but I'll be hungry." He says, "But I'm sure I could eat." Meaning, like he'll be hungry later. So I made him. I still made him like a frittata. Made it with onions and bacon and onions and zucchini, and then I topped it with goat cheese. And I had made some tomato, basil, and garlic. And that's what I made him. I made him, and then he had leftover buttered chicken and cauliflower rice, and then I made him a big salad. He loves salad, so had all these greens that I needed to use, and made him a big salad. But I made the salad separate, like so. I put the salad in a baggie because it wouldn't fit in his lunchbox otherwise. He's got like a cooler lunchbox. Well, it's actually our daughter's that went to massage school, but she doesn't use it anymore, so it's his now. And I made him salad, and I did cucumbers and had all kinds of greens, different kinds of greens, arugula and different lettuces that I had, and tomatoes and cucumbers and Greek olives, and I had made some salad dressing a couple days ago, and I put herbs in it. He was happy. I mean, and I put that with his his Indian food was separate. His buttered chicken was separate, and then I gave him a big bowl, and I said, mix your salad up, and put the dressing on it, shake it up in the bag, and then put it in a bowl and eat it. Because I don't know, some job sites have places where you can eat. I don't know, since they're working in a hotel. I don't know where they because everything's closed down. I don't know where they're eating. He could be eating in this car probably now. You're gonna make a frittata for dinner? I make them all the time. You know why? Because it's like an easy way to use up all these little bits of vegetables that you have. If you put vegetables in it, obviously you don't have to. But I fried bacon with the onions and the zucchini, and then put the eggs on, and then put the eggs on top, and then put it in the oven, and then I took it out and put the cheese on top, folded it over, and put the tomatoes on top. What's needed all night long? The Portuguese bread. Oh, it's your problem is eating the bread since you moved to Portugal. It sounds, yeah, bread. Keto and bread don't quite go together, but it's all good. Told you guys the first made keto bread maybe a year ago, and it looks like it. My little one goes, "It's bread that's not bread." Hi, Jude. She's like, it's bread that's not bread. And it was like, she was right. It looked like bread. It smelled like bread, but it was like hollow on the inside. But this new one that I made, it's much better. It's getting closer. It's getting closer to bread that's bread. You guys, I'm just so grateful that he has a job right now. Because, I mean, not that we wouldn't be fine without it, but, you know, it certainly makes it easier since I don't know when I'll be going back to work. I'm kind of thinking I might not. I'm kind of thinking that I'm just gonna maybe just do my own thing. I used to have do my own thing for a long time, but when we started looking for a house, the mortgage broker was like, "You need to have a job," and so. But I think they're just going to use my tax returns from this year and last year, whatever, and I think it's good enough. I think it is. I don't know. I don't know. Have you guys been rethinking your choices too since this whole pandemic? And it keeps him occupied when it's working. Oh, you're so funny. Oh, I love frozen spinach. I love spinach, period, but I didn't have any. I just use whatever I have, you know? You made bread in the crock pot? Oh, that's cool. Um, I eat whenever I want to eat. I mean, like, what did I have yesterday? Um, like I had bacon this morning. I had bacon and I made these keto breads, which I really like. So I had those little because I toasted some for him for his frittata. I could have had eggs too, but I didn't feel like it. So I just had bacon and one of those little breads. And I had a cup of coffee and a big cup of tea now and had my electrolyte drink. And then I don't know, for lunch, I don't know what I'll eat. I'll probably have I have a bunch of asparagus that I have to cook, so maybe I'll have like some sort of chicken or fish or meat and asparagus. Maybe I'll make um, some, I have Brussels sprouts in there too that I have to cook. So maybe I'll make that. Maybe I'll saute some Brussels sprouts with bacon and then steam some asparagus and then have whatever meat or chicken or whatever. And then for dinner, I'll have, I don't know, it just depends upon I don't even know what I'm going to cook tonight or if my daughter's going to cook. I don't know. I'm just not hungry. I think it's because you are eating higher fat foods, foods that are like higher in oils and fats. So I'm not hungry. I definitely don't deprive myself, that's for sure. My daughter made the best keto cheesecake the other day. It was so good. I ate that. What else did she make? Oh, she's been making pumpkin pie. She's like, because she loves pumpkin pie. My oldest daughter. I like it too. So she made pumpkin pie. So my fridge right now, I have big cheesecake. Pumpkin pie is in there. No, I'm not. I think you have to figure out what works for you. But living pain free has been so worth it for me. I'm never, ever, ever going back to gluten and I'm not going back to it. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm telling you, if you've lived with pain, chronic pain for any length of time and you suddenly don't have it, but you don't know what life is like without it, you're just like, whatever I need to do to keep myself going, I'm not going to go back to that. You've been thinking about getting outdoors more this coming year. I'm agree. Yeah, living outdoors is good. Oh, Lynn, wow, that's intense. I'm sorry, girl. I don't know. I know that we're all going through what we're going through. I think if we can do it with ease, it's better. Oh, Jude, send me the recipe how you make your yeast. I would love that. You know, Carla, I get a sugar substitute. There's my favorite one is this monk fruit sugar. It's called Lakanto. The brand is Lakanto, Lakanto, monk fruit sugar, and it tastes just like sugar. Tastes just like sugar. Hi, Christy. It tastes just like sugar. So, like, I use it in places like I have some in my tea right now. I use it to making. I use it in making all the baked goods that I make. Um, yeah. I would love it. I would love your yeast recipe. Lynn, I understand. Christy girl, how are you? We're sending you some love. Like, how are you? You've been on my mind. I've been thinking about you. If I come to see you, Carla, I will, you know what? I can share with you some recipes, but I'll definitely bring you some. I don't know if you can spin it like that because it's made monk fruit is a fruit. It's like a natural fruit. And I don't know, APG. I don't know. Like I haven't tried to like make anything. Surviving has a whole new meaning. It totally does. I don't know. You know, I don't know because I only use it in you can't get monk fruit where you are. Emma, where are you? No, stevia is not like sugar. That's for sure. You know what? I think we're all you live in Slovenia. Oh, wow. You know, Christy, we're all thinking about it, not just you, girl, but I would if I was in the healthcare profession too. I would be thinking about it because I'm I'm sorry. I just want to say this. First of all, I really appreciate you and I appreciate that you put your life on the line every single day. And I also apologize on behalf of all of the self-centered, stupid people. I mean, some days, did you guys see? I posted on my Facebook. One of my friends shared this with me. The mayor of Las Vegas, you guys, and she's a woman. I'm like, Anderson Cooper did an interview with her, and you guys, I don't know. It's like we have to value our lives and human existence more than the bottom line, more than a dollar. Because a dollar is going to be here long, all that's going to be here when we're not here anymore, right? We have to value ourselves. It's like, I don't know. Well, this whole thing has made me, um, I'm rethinking like how I want to spend the rest of my, how I want to spend my time. Like, you know, are they protesting where you are, Christy? Are they protesting where you are? All right, I have a good stack of envelopes. You know, the other thing you want to consider is like different sizes. Like I've kind of made mine all similar sizes. Well, I guess there's a few that are bigger. You might want to consider other sizes too. You don't want them all to be the same size. Well, you could. It doesn't really matter. But for the project that I'm doing, you want them to be, you want them to fit inside the frame of your book, but be, you want them to fit inside this part of your book, like, but be different sizes. Let's see if I got this for free. You guys, it has the best pictures. Look, won't this make a great envelope? It's gonna make a great envelope. Oh, what am I missing? It just shows you, like, that's the level of incompetence we have running our major This is the part that I don't think she understood. Did you love it when he said, "And are you willing to sit on that casino floor?" And she's like, "No, I have a family." Yeah. Yeah. They're protesting in Raleigh. Oh no. So I'm just going to put this out there to you guys. What they don't realize and is that, it's fine if you guys want to go back to business as usual, but they're not going to be allowed to come here. You know, we have such an elderly population here that until there is either some sort of, until we've all been clean from it for so long that it's not going to, because it could wipe out our whole community. No, well, we have curfews. We have to be at, you can't travel between 11 p.m. and um, 11 p.m. and I think it's 5 a.m. I don't know. I could have gotten a mat knife and cut these out, but I didn't. Okay, I just didn't. We're gonna make some nice envelopes. Yeah, I don't think people's ignorance is worth dying over. That's just the way I feel about it. You guys, we're all going to have to think of different ways to make a living, and I think making a living is going to look different. I know for me and for my hottie, we have both been talking about, like, okay, well, if we don't stay here, because they've been talking about how can we live here without without tourism as a business. I mean, we don't have any self-sustaining, not any longer. I mean, yeah, we have a climate that's self-sustaining, so we could grow a lot of stuff, but we don't have any. There's not a lot of industry here. Now, maybe on other islands there are, but not on mine. We've been talking about it. We've been talking about, like, where would we go? What would we do? I mean, it's been a real conversation. 14% of New York have tested positive for antibodies. Wow. Well, yeah, it's like so ridiculous. I think people are just not thinking clearly. I think that your prime minister in New Zealand, Jude, at least she has common sense. At least she's not saying, "I want my people to be guinea pigs." It's like, I don't know. I felt after that, I was like, seriously, this is like, yeah, yeah, you know? Your daughter's stressed at her job. Laura, oh, that's horrible. Coffee and pineapple, but you know what, Anne? Pineapples don't grow here. I mean, they're not doing it here anymore. Joel took their pineapple. I think they're in Costa Rica now. Lynn says they need personal shoppers in her area. Christy says there is such a shortage of nurses now that the state nursing boards are offering extra pay. Nurses are walking away in droves. Well, I would too if I was and it's yeah, for stupid people, yeah. Jean, that's great news in Ohio. Jean says that cases have dropped dramatically in the last 2 days. That's awesome. Yeah, I agree. You're right, ABG. I did post it on Facebook. We're not all in the same boat. In the same storm, but not in the same boat. Yeah. I don't know, you guys. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I'm gonna go back to what I did before, but it's definitely making me rethink my life choices. And I'm not in a high risk job or whatever. Like I don't have I'm not an essential end worker. But it's definitely made me like think about like how I want to spend my time, you know, and how and what I'm gonna do, and I don't know what that looks like yet. So for many years, I don't know if some things I don't really share, but you know, just because people get weird, and then you know, but in a long live stream, the chances of somebody listening to the very end or toward the end of it is not likely. Um, so for a long time, I was an intuitive for a living, and I did it for a very long time, along with being an artist and the things like that. And then, I went through some sort of. I still have regular clients that come and call me that have known me for 20 years or whatever, worked with me. But I got a little burned out, not because you never turn it off, it doesn't go anywhere, but just because people would call me and in the middle of the night and stuff, and I was like, unless it's a life or death situation, there really is no what I mean. So I stopped. I stopped taking on new clients. I still have some of the old clients that I had. So the other day I was doing a session with somebody and that I hadn't, I've known her for, I don't know, 10 years or so. And she said, would I take on this other person? She referred her. And I said, okay, And then I just started thinking, it's what I do best. It's what I love to do. And yeah, you can get burned out working with people all the time. But for the most part, it's a happy job, unless something really is dramatically bad going to happen for somebody. And, that's few and far between, you know? So I've taken on a few new clients. So that's kind of good. But, you know, it's like, I don't know. I don't think I want to go back to spending my time working in other people's businesses and not feel respected. Does that make sense? Oh my gosh. Christy says, I think that the sense of duty for healthcare workers is dwindling with the way people are just ignoring the warnings, combined with no PPE, and they get angry. And rightly so. I agree. Thank you. Can you ban him, please? Your friend is an ICU nurse and she can't get any PPE either? Bye, APG. We love you, girl. Have a great day, okay? You be safe, and we love you. When is your next live? Christy, did you get any of that stuff did you get any of the, it's the third Thursday in May. Okay, so everybody make sure you put on your calendar, third Thursday in May, APG. Did you get any of that filter stuff from Care, Christy? You missed it? Oh, you're doodling? Oh, he was just, yeah. Yeah, you know. A troll. We love you too. Yeah, you got some? Okay, because I was going to say, I got some. I'll send you some of mine if you don't have it. Yeah, Christy, you rock. Nurse, mother, artist, and making masks, girl. You're amazing. Thank you for all you do. And I agree. You should definitely change careers. If your heart's not in it anymore, you need to move on, because doing a job where you're not into it, or where you feel like it's not the right, it doesn't align with your values and ideals anymore, do it now. Better now than later. Yeah. I love to sew, but it's not the same. She is Wonder Woman, right? Wonder Woman. Lynn, can you delete him completely? Is there a way you can do that? Yeah, keep sewing and sew and art journal, because you're rocking all that too. You are. You know what, Christy? So my oldest daughter, I don't really talk about them that much as far as so she was always headed toward a path in medicine, always, since she was a child. And she got accepted to all these schools and all this stuff. And then suddenly, I don't know what happened for her, but she just said, Mom, it's not going to be the same. Medicine isn't going to be the same. And I don't want to spend my life going to school for however long it takes to go to be anything, right? Doctor, nurse practitioner, whatever, and not be respect. Now, this is years ago. So she went on and studied something else. At the time when she was growing up and heading toward that, it did match who she was. But as she aged or got older, she realized that it's not just the job, or it's the time, and it's also the emotional expense that it puts you in, right? So you need to be doing something that builds you up. something that helps you thrive, not just survive. And, that's what's coming for me again, too. It's almost like I'm in denial. I was in denial. I was like, oh, okay, well, if I do this, then I'm going to, no. You need to you got to do what your heart tells you. Hit the nail on the head, Laura. Nail on the head. What does your sweet partner do, Christy? Okay, can we just talk about something? Okay. Your art can make you money, just the same way I made a living for years, being giving intuitive readings and making art, making jewelry and doing, years. And my heart was in it. No, did I make, was it the same if I did, when I ran that company? No, of course not. He was in the Air Force and he was in the bomb squad. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, that's so beautiful, Laura. Laura said she had to work with her daughter and she chose not to work with her son, meaning working while he was growing up. Pros and cons to both. And I've offered my son the one thing my daughter often didn't have, my presence. Girl, I get it. I get it. So, Christy, give yourself permission to imagine. If you could imagine it, what would it look like? The job, your work. What would it look like? I mean, Laura, we have to do what we had to do. I've had to work more with this child than I worked with the other ones. So they're making mobile units. Oh, that's cool. So do it, girl. He's living and supporting you. You do it. Do it. Do it. Wow. I agree with you, Laura. I agree with you 100%. So, bye, Mary Lou. We love you. I hope you have a great day. I think a lot of people Go for it, Malia. Go for it. Do it. You should. The only downside to it is you have to just learn how to clear yourself of energy so that you don't pick up other people's shizzle, you know? And you have to have boundaries. You have to really, really serious boundaries. I'm just speaking from my own experience. Because, instead of people relying on their own internal guidance system, they suddenly think that you have more, which it's always clearer, it's always easier to see for somebody else than it is to see the nose on your face, right? But, it's, you just got to get some good boundaries. So do your inventory reorganization and ask yourself. So this is what always works for me. And this is what I would tell you if you were coming to me as a client. I mean, without getting too personal, make a list. If you don't know what you want to do, make a list of what you don't want to do. And from that, you will soon see what it is you really want. Does that make sense? Lost my wax paper because my fan's on. So make a list of, if you don't know exactly what you want to do, make a list of what you don't want to do. And from that, you'll be able to figure out what you do. Malia, you know what? Just go back and listen to those. So I don't really tell you guys what I do in the woo-woo. Since you guys are already here, I might as well tell you. So what I do is I do some clearing work on you, on each and every person that comes here. Do some clearing work on you. Of course, it's stronger when you do it one-on-one with somebody, but it definitely stays there on the recording. And I clear you so that you can be the highest potential of yourself, whatever that is. Ask Tracy sometimes. Ask Tracy. It's Nana's place. Now she changed it to, what is it, Sugar Beach Studios? Or ask her. Ask her. She'll be the first. She can tell you. She can tell you. So go back and listen to it because it does clearing and it continues to do the clearing. Because when we're all clear in our right and purposeful position, then everything works for everybody because we are a collective. That's how we got into this position to begin with. Right? Girl, so you don't want that. So what do you want? So make the list. I'm serious. Make a list. It's an assignment. Make a list of what you don't want. If you don't know what you do want, if you're not clear about what you do want. And the other thing is that sometimes what we really want is the permission. The permission. The permission. The permission. Sometimes what we do want is the permission. The permission to do and be. And we look, women especially, we look to other people for that validation. And that is not, nobody can do you but you. We look for, like, I used to see it all the time. Like, I would see partners come in and, like, even to buy a piece of art, right? People do it on social media all the time. Like what? Explain it to him. What are we talking? Give themselves permission or ask for permission? I'm liking this one. I really like this one. It's got that really cool waterfall on it. Look for others' validation. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, only you know what's best, right and useful for you. Only you do. Nobody, like we can all sit here and tell you that we value you, and but it's up to you to value you and for you to do you. I was working, so because this mortgage broker told me that I needed to go back and get a job. You guys, my daughter went to an anime conference and she gave me these. I don't even know if these are like, maybe I should be careful to put them in there because they could be like, they could have like some, I haven't read them. They could have some not good language in it. I don't know. I haven't read them. So, I can believe in you, but until you take the breath and believe in you, it doesn't matter, but so if you were coming to me and I would talk to you about it, I would tell you get clear about what you want. And if you don't know what you want, get clear about what you don't want, and that'll help you get clear about what you want. And then just go for it, whatever it is. So the other day I was like I was really struggling. I was like saying like, I don't want to take that remote job because it's going to make me have to have a schedule that isn't really going to work for me, that I'm not going to enjoy. And it's not going to give, anyway. And I was feeling a little bit like you because I was like, okay, I should just take this job. My unemployment is not coming in right now because the system's so backed up. You can log in 30 times and you can't even get in. And all this stuff, right? And I was having my own moment there, and I was feeling like, so I just, in my meditation that morning, I just asked for divine guidance. I said, please just make it super clear what my biggest heart's desire is. And let me see it without hesitation, because, I get caught up in all this shizzle, just like you guys do. And with that, this old client that I haven't talked to in 10 years, she called me. And she said, could she have an appointment, this and that? And I said, sure, and I made an appointment for her and everything. And then I talked with her, and then she said, can I send somebody to you? And I said, sure. And then we talked about it for a while after her session. She said to me, the first time, I don't remember what I say to people because it's not coming from me. You know what I mean? And so she was just reminding me of like all the things that I'd said to her over the years, which I don't remember, you guys. I made that deal with myself when I was very young, not to hold on to the energy. If I tune back in, I can remember, but I don't, And then, she just talked to me about what a big impact it made on her life. And I was like, and then I thought after our session, I thought, I asked for it and it came like immediately. And so now I just have to open back up to doing it. So I'm telling you the same thing, Christy. Ask for what you want or ask for the clarity. And then however it comes, follow that guidance. And don't second guess yourself because it'll be right. It'll be correct for you. Whatever that is. It is pretty clear, right? It is pretty clear, but I'm a little stubborn, and I also I'm stubborn, and I'm just not good at self-promotion like I'm sure many of you are. So I was like, oh, that was a big old sign. Of course it was, right? It was like, okay, yeah. So then, like later on that day, I talked with this friend of mine. I haven't talked to her in a while either. She just happened to call me up. She'd been trying to connect with me for a while, and every time she called, when you live on different time zones, it's not always good. And she was like, she's like somebody I would go to if I, like she's somebody that can perfectly see my shit. You know what I mean? She's that kind of a friend. And so we were just talking about life and what was going on. And, she lives in Arizona, and she was just telling me about some stuff that was going on there. And I was telling her, I said, I don't think I'm going to go back to my job once we can go back. I said, I think I'm just going to go. And she goes, back to doing your work, your real work? And I was like, okay, touche. Thank you. And I said, yeah. I said, I just realized that I've spent all this time this past year working for other people, and they aren't even nice to me. I mean, they aren't even nice. Make them lots and lots and lots of money, and they're not even nice. All because a mortgage broker told me I needed to. So there you have it. So I'm sharing that with you so that you follow whatever it is. You know your life better than anyone else. We don't always listen. We're like our own children. They don't listen to us. So your higher self is always communicating with your human self. And giving you hints to what your divine blueprint is and what plans you made for yourself. Reminding you. But it's always your free will to choose it or not. So, he is a good person. He is taking his new job in stride. He is totally. It is pretty clear. Life is too short for mean people, right? Yeah, I tried to explain to the, I guess she's the operations manager at one of my jobs, why you can't change your policies, your legal your contracted agreements, like when people agree your terms and services, why you can't change that if they've already bought your services after the fact. You can change it going forward. I tried to explain this to her because they're having to give huge refunds. And anyway, and she basically told me, shut up. I don't want to hear, basically, she said, shut up. She said, do what I say. And I just thought to myself, okay, how much clearer could it be? Because they're setting themselves up for liability, like a legal liability, right? I mean, it's not my company. I'm not the one that's going to be legally liable. They're going to be legally liable. And I thought, oh, thank you, universe. This was recently because I'm still getting emails from work, and they aren't paying me, so I'm not responding. I'm just forwarding them to her because I don't, I really like the people that the customers I really liked. So I want, and they want their money. They want their refunds. And I'm like, yikes. Yeah, she said, shut up. That's when I'm like, okay, I'm definitely not going back. You guys, I'm a little stubborn. So I was like, oh, you know how you're sometimes like, oh, I can make it work. It's not so bad. You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, I can make it work. It's not so bad. In reality, it doesn't line up with who you are. It does not line up with who you are. The rigidity of people, it doesn't line up with it doesn't line up with yourself. No. I know, preach it is right. Mean people are definitely not on my list. Yeah, yeah. Carla did make a big change. Oh, she said, oh, yes, it can be scary, but I prefer to look at it from a different angle. I now have a life. Brilliant. Brilliantly said. My feet didn't like it there. They definitely. So, what's it, Christy? If you could do anything, what would it be, and what would it look like? I mean, first of all, know that the chat is going to be removed, so whatever you put, we'll only see right now. Yeah, morally, ethically. Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's not in alignment with me. Yeah, I had to let it go. This has been a big gift for me, even though it didn't come at an opportune time. It's been a huge gift for me. Huge, huge gift for me. So do all that right now. Do it. Bye, Carla. We love you. Bye, Miss Caged Fish. We love you. So do it, Christy, one step at a time. Do it, do it, do it. Jean, I never leave the chat, primarily because I want people to feel really comfortable and say whatever they want to say, and that, not have to worry about if somebody else saw it or whatever. And I know some places they leave it up. I just think that for those that are here, it's like a personal thing, right? And it's a connection that we make with each other. And then, no, they don't need to know who's here. That's just how I feel. Because sometimes we talk about deep things. We love you, Miss Cagefish. Yours came at the worst time, but you left anyway. Oh, girl, I know the universe provides. I have no doubt. I've lived that way my whole life. I know it does. But, I was trying to, for myself, I was just trying to, be super responsible and, you know, Christy, see, so now you know. Now I feel silly because Carla's right. Staying where you are is a much bigger risk. It is a much bigger risk. Laura's right. The best thing to do is to hand it in before you get so overstressed. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, Carla, that's so beautiful. You know what the best part for me is? I don't have to resign. I just don't have to go back. I think you need to do it, Christy. I really do. But you have to follow your heart. You really have to follow your heart. You have to follow your heart. We can believe in you and see you in the brightest possible light, but until you see yourself in that brightest possible light, it doesn't matter how I see you. The universe did literally gift it to me. And you want to know what's even worse, Laura? Okay, so, or better, or like a bigger sign than, I mean, I really haven't discussed this with anybody, just my own internal self, you know, is so right when I got laid off, I applied for like a bunch of jobs, because I know how unemployment works here and it takes forever. I applied for I don't know how many jobs. And I didn't, and the only one, I mean, I was offered this remote job that I'd have to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to take, which honestly, that wouldn't work for me. But none of the other ones did. I didn't hear anything. And it's not because I'm not qualified to do it, it's because they're probably overburdened and don't have any, you know what I mean? So, so it's like a bigger sign, right? Definitely. There's a lot to be said for being in a place where you have nothing left to lose. There's a lot of power in that. But the bigger picture, Christy, is that you have everything to lose if you stay. Everything to lose if you stay. Everything. And so, girl, sign off. Sit down with your partner, with your beautiful man, and figure it out and sign off. Oh, Christy, you are a bright light. We see your light, girl. We see you glow. We see it. You see it. But Carly, you know what? You had to do it in your time. You had to do it in your time. And it's not a sad thing because his presence is there and he knows. The bigger him and the bigger you know. And he did, I don't think I'm ever disappointed in my kids when they do what they want to do. I only get disappointed when they feel they can't do what they want to. And I'm not disappointed in them, I'm just sad for them, right? Well, we love you, Carla. I can imagine it hurts you. You know what? Sometimes you just have to look at it like this. There is no wrong time. There's none. There's no wrong time. Everything's in perfect divine order. And his soul knew what he needed. And maybe he couldn't see you like that. You know what I mean? He couldn't have himself to be seen like that. I told you guys about my mom's passing, right? I told you about that. So my mom, my mom had lung cancer. It was very rare, like a form that you would get environmentally. And so she was in hospice and she was waiting for me to come. She had a miraculous, amazing story. My mother was so amazing. And she was waiting for me to get there and she sat in a chair for a couple of days because she lived in California and I lived in New York. And she sat in a chair because she told my sister when she laid down, she knew she would leave and she wanted to see me before she left. And I had just had my littlest one, my 13-year-old now. So my mom's been gone almost 13 years. And so I finally got there because I've been flying back and forth with this newborn for a few months. And my mom, she was wide awake. She was wide awake and chatted with me for a little bit. And when they're transitioning, they go in and out. You know, and so then like I'm there with my sister, and my sister's like, you didn't dye your hair. Dye your hair. That's why mom's not transitioning. You didn't buy these dishes mom wants you to buy. That's why like, she's not transitioning, right? And my sister and I stayed with her night and day in this hospice house. So my mother like comes, comes back in at some point, and she says to me she wants a party, fried chicken, and she wants to have a party, fried chicken, and I can't remember something she wanted, some cake or something. I can't remember. And she wanted me to buy her roommate a red hat. My mom was in the Red Hat Society. She wanted me to buy her roommate a red hat. And her roommate was a woman that was not terminally ill, but lived in this care facility because it was a home, it was a private home, lived in this care facility because they offered more intimate special attention. And the woman was older, much older than my mom. And I said, and she said, because it's whatever this woman's name's birthday. And I said, okay, mom, I'll get the hat. And that was in the morning. And or maybe it was the day before. And I said, I'll get the hat. And so the next day she said, did you get the hat? I hadn't gotten the hat yet. Well, her roommate left for the day. And my sister goes, we got to go get that damn hat. So my sister and I get in the car. Now, we'd been with our mom night and day. We get in the car to go get the hat. We get to wherever it is that we're buying it, Ross or something, right down the road, like 2 blocks away. And the hospice nurse calls and says our mom's transitioned. Our mom's biggest, or one of her things was, in retrospect, she didn't want, she wanted to do it on her own terms. She didn't want to, she knew she was terminal, but she didn't want to, she lived in a senior living complex, and she didn't want to pass there because she didn't want her friends to be reminded of that every time they walked by her apartment. And she didn't want to live with my sister because she didn't want my sister's kids, she didn't want to die in my sister's home. She didn't want my sister's kids to fear or have those feelings around death. So maybe just tune into your dad and ask if he wanted you there. Because if he had, Carla, he would have stayed until you left, until you got there. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you? So just like my mom didn't want us there, like we had to go buy this stupid hat. So know that he knew and he had the potential to stay if he'd wanted you there. So the heartache that you're feeling is not from him. And you've got to let go of that. You've got to let go of it. And I tell you, the biggest thing that happened to me the other day, this epiphany came to me, is that dis-ease, cannot live in a body with no regret. Disease cannot live in a body with no regret. So let it go. Forgive yourself. Disease will not live in a body that is able to forgive. Disease will not live in a body that has nothing to prove. Disease lives in a body of doubt and fear. That's the same vibration, whether it's a pandemic or cancer or whatever. When you live your truth and your light for yourself, first and foremost, It can't, it can only be that. So, Christy, be brave. Just go for it. Just go for it. Just go for it. You know, I mean, I have such weird experiences. I can't even tell you, like, if we were on like a real private chat, maybe we'll do a private one day, like a private Zoom or something, and I'll tell you some of my crazy experiences because it can be a little out there. But and I've always had them. But I know this for sure. For with 100% knowing that once you've transitioned, you don't remember or you don't focus or know any of those things. You only remember the love. You only remember the love. So, your dad, if anything, wants you to remember the love. And he wants you to live in that love and that loving presence. And it wasn't your role or job or condition to not live your dreams. And now you've come back. Now you've come back to Portugal and now you can really enjoy it and enjoy the food and make your art and live in love and create that love. Like create that love from where you are. So I am convinced, and I don't know this because we haven't had an antibody test or anything. Because I don't even, you guys, the testing here is so, we get like very little. You know what I mean? And they're only testing people that are really, really sick. They haven't given like well people any tests. So I am fairly convinced that, I should love my mask. I got like, I won this at Kara's auction. I love this. This Tim Holtz thing. I'm convinced that we all had this virus in like January. Now, prior to the everybody getting the virus, I didn't get it. Remember I told you my whole family was sick and they had been sick for weeks and weeks. This is before we even had a name for it. You're dishonoring him by not living in the love, Carla, loud and clear. You're dishonoring him and you're dishonoring yourself by not living in the love. Shine your light so bright and live in that love. And that love that he loved you and shared with you and has for you and is still sending you. If you won't allow yourself to just let it go, forgive yourself. So you didn't get there. There's no time and space. So you can go back right now and be right there with him. I relive that all the time with all kinds of different people. Not that I'm telling anyone to do that, but anyway, you can if you choose. You can go back to right before he passed and have that conversation and be in that moment and be right there with him, and hear loud and clear. If you let yourself be open, you'll hear it. So prior to this, everybody in January, I had a big life. I had something happen that put me in like a pissed off state, you know? Yes, I'll have a private meeting yes, anytime you girls want to, just message me and we'll do it on Zoom. Then you guys can see my really messy room and my messy self. Um, so I had this happen. See, pardon my French, but shit has to happen to me in a way that I take action, you know? So so this, if we do a Zoom thing, I'll tell you about what it exactly was, but on here. I don't want to anyway. So anyway, this thing happened. And all I could do was what kept coming, and this is going to sound so ridiculous. Bind yourself in the light, bind yourself in the light, bind yourself in the light, bind the situation in the light, bind all the other people involved in the light, bind yourself in the light. Because where there's light, there can be no darkness. Where there is light, there can be no darkness. So I was just like binding myself in light. I was imagining myself like little thin threads of light, like wrapping myself like a mummy in light, right? Myself, the situation, the other people involved. And I was doing it because this was just such a severe thing that was going on for me. Now, in the meantime, and I didn't tell, like, I don't know even if I told my hottie, I might have, I don't know. Sometimes I don't tell him stuff because it's not that I don't want him to know. It's just like I'm dealing with myself. You know what I mean? Internally dealing with it. So I'm binding myself in the light, binding myself in the light, binding myself in the light. He gets sick and he never gets sick. And he was sick 4 weeks. My youngest one got sick and she was sick. My oldest daughter got sick and she was sick. My son-in-law got sick and he was sick. And they were sick for weeks with all the same symptoms that my other daughter got sick. Her boyfriend got sick. You guys, I'm usually the one that gets sick. I didn't get sick. Why didn't I get sick? What was I doing different than anybody else? I was binding myself in the light. I was mentally wrapping myself in the light. Mentally wrapping the situation I was going through, which was very difficult, in the light. Mentally wrapping the other people that was going through the situation with the light. Mentally wrapping the outcome in the light. You guys have been doing this with this person now for like 5 years and nothing has been resolved. And this is the first time in 5 years it looks like something's going to be resolved. And I remember thinking after they all were sick and this and that, I was like, I'm not getting sick. There's no way. I just kept binding myself in the light, binding myself in the light, binding myself in the light, wrapping myself in the light, wrapping myself in the light. And the only reason I'm sharing it with you now is that I was very conscious at the time, like, remember last year or 2 years ago when I got, 2 years ago when I got pneumonia so bad that it literally almost kicked my butt? I was out of commission for months. I was out of commission. Actually, at probably a year. So the only thing different was that I bound myself on the light. So I don't know why that experience had to happen to me before all this, but maybe none of them had this virus, and maybe they just had a different kind of flu, but it was a kind of flu that lasted a really long time with really severe symptoms. Remember how sick I was? Remember? I was so sick. I'm the one has, like, I'm the one with the whatever, You guys, I'm telling you, bind yourself in the light, wrap the situation, wrap whatever comes to your mind in the light. And just say, only light can live here. Only light, only love, only peace, truth, prosperity. Right. So, it was terrible. I was so sick. That was ridiculous. So I'm only sharing that with you because it worked for me. And I'm the one, my hottie never gets sick. I'm the one with the with the upper respiratory weakness. I was born with that. I was born with the lung thing. I was like a preemie. Yeah, it was bad pneumonia. So, girl, Christy, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Laura's right. They'll always be. You could get another nursing job in like 2 seconds flat. Just go for it. We will be there to support you, cheering you on. We've got a whole gaggle of women right here cheering you on, wanting to see you succeed. Well, if it came from China, Hawaii, we had a huge infection of Chinese. Like the Chinese come here all the time, or were. They haven't been in a while, but we had, yes. Mm-hmm. So if that's where it originated, you have to realize this little island is like a melting pot it's like a worldwide destination. So, Carla, I hope you can let it go. I hope you can let go of the sadness and of the hurt and just allow the love, or just how about this? Release it for right now. And if you want to pick it back up, you can anytime. But in the meantime, allow the love to blossom and grow where that was, you know? Love you, Lynn. Big hugs. What are you cooking before you go? What are you cooking tonight? We know you're cooking, Lynn. So for those that want to stay, gosh, I've been on a long time. How about if anybody wants to do the woo-woo, we'll do a quick woo-woo. Quick meditation. You're not going to tell us what you're cooking, Miss Lynn? Oh, we love you, Christy. Girl, we're right there with you. Well, why don't you have no idea what you're cooking, Lynn? Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to cook either. Well, we'll do a really quick meditation. And in this meditation, let's ask for chicken, something with potatoes. Okay. Good for you. I don't know what we're cooking. Oh, bye, Jean. We love you, girl. Take care. I'm happy seeing you, and thank you for joining us today. I really appreciate it. So let's bring to mind anyone that could use a boost, and let's really bring to mind all of our government officials. I mean, whether we like them or not, they're making judgments and calls on all of our behalf, even even if we don't consent. Bye, Laura. Love you. Let's bring them to mind. Let's bring all of us homeschooling parents who are struggling to mind. Let's bring all of our healthcare workers to mind and all those essentials to mind, sending love and light to them. And let's get started. All you need to do to participate is to breathe. Inhale in through your nose and exhale out through your mouth. Receive and release. And bring to mind anybody else you think could use your love. And always include the earth there and your home, always your home, and all those inside of it. Your home has its own energy and its own identity, and you need it to support you right now. So all you need to do is inhale through your nose and exhale out through your mouth. And that's it. And relax. And don't do this while you're driving. This is definitely can put you in a relaxed state. So don't do it while you're driving. Okay, breathe in and release. Receive and release. Receive and release. Imagine yourself in a column of light. When you look up, you can't see the end. And when you look down, you can't see the end. This is your column of light. It is unique to your being, soul, spirit. Allow your column of light to go deep, deep, deep into the earth. Give your column of light the suggestion, heart of the earth. And with that, your column of light is right there, deep in the heart of the earth. Give your column of light big tree roots like oak roots deep in the heart of the earth. Let's ask the earth to share with us her energy. I see this like beautiful golden light, but you can see it, feel it, think it, or just know it any way that works for you. Feel this beautiful golden light energy rising up through your roots and filling your feet and ankles, calves and knees, thighs and hips. See it filling the base of your spine, your lower abdomen, your waist, your chest and back, your throat and neck. Feel it filling your arms, your shoulders, your wrists, out every finger. Feel it filling your face and head. And feel it fountaining out the top of your head as high as you can imagine. Ready? Breathe it in. Breathe it in. And breathe it in. Take a moment to enjoy and give gratitude for your connection to the earth. Focus on your column of light above your head and give your column of light the same roots above your head as you do below your feet. Give your column of light the suggestion, heart of the sun, heart of the central sun, heart of creator, creation energy. And with that, your column of light is right there, deep in this beautiful angelic realm. Allow your roots to go deep, far, and wide with every inhale and every exhale. Let's allow ourselves to connect with the heart of the sun, of the central sun, of the divine, and allow this energy, this blessing, to pour through your column of light, mixing with your light and the earth's light and spreading 6 feet in all directions. Feel it filling your head and face, your throat and neck, your shoulders, your arms, your wrists, your hands, and out every finger. Feel it filling your neck, chest, back, waist, lower abdomen, base of your spine, and feel it pouring through your hips, thighs, knees, calves, and ankles, and out the bottom of your feet, expelling any and all excess deep in the heart of the earth. Ready? Breathe it in. Breathe it in. Breathe it in. And breathe it in. Take a moment to enjoy your connection to heaven and earth. I'd like you to focus on your heart. Give your heart a window. Allow this window to open. And give your being, soul, spirit, and body personality permission to release anything that no longer serves you. To release anything that makes you feel anything other than bliss, love, peace, and clarity. On the inhale, receive in love, and on the exhale, release. Ready? Receive in love, release in love. Receive and release. Receive and release. Receive and release. Let's add 2 more points of light. Let's add your waist and your throat, focusing from your heart out in a circular motion to your waist and your throat. Receive in love, release in love. Receive, release. Receive, release. Receive, release. Let's add 2 more points of light. Let's add the center of your forehead and your lower abdomen, focusing from your heart first, like a bullseye, right in your heart, right? And then see the next ring touching your throat and your waist, and the next ring touching the center of your forehead and your lower abdomen. Receive peace, clarity, bliss, and freedom. Receive in love. Release in love. Receive, release. Receive, release. Receive, release. Let's add 2 more points of light. The base of your spine and the top of your head, coming from your heart like a bullseye. The next circle is between your throat and your waist. The next circle is between the center of your forehead and your lower abdomen. And the next circle is from the top of your head to the base of your spine. Receive in love. Release in love. Receive, release. Receive, release. Receive and release. Focus 1 foot above your head and 1 foot below your feet. These are the rings we're adding, coming from your heart like a bullseye. Feel all of your other circles forming. Receive peace, love, bliss, and freedom. Receive in love. Release in love. Receive, release. Receive, release. Receive, release. Receive, release. Add 2 more points of light and all the points of light in between. The one where your roots meet in the heart of the earth, and the one where your roots meet in the heart of the divine, and all of the circular points of light in between. Breathe in, receive peace, clarity, bliss, and freedom. Receive in love. Release in love. Receive, release. Receive, release. Receive, release. Put your hands on your heart. Imagine an infinity symbol starting where your roots are in the heart of creation, crossing through your heart, entering deep into the heart of the earth, crossing back through your heart and ending where it began. On the inhale, receive love from the heart of creation and the heart of the earth and the heart of the divine, however you connect. And on the exhale, give back love to the heart of the earth, the heart of the divine. Receive and give. Receive and give. Receive and give. One more time. Receive and give. One more time. Receive and give. And when you feel ready, open your eyes and come back. Well, thank you guys for joining me. Know that I love you, and this energy stays here and it will be ever present for those that want to use it for their own peace and relaxation. And until next time. And for those of you that want to participate, you need your book and your envelopes. And maybe tomorrow I'll do the next step. Anyway, as always, I love you, Carla girl. Message me anytime, okay? And as always, from my heart to your heart, I'm sending you so much aloha. Until next time.